Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy, and man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes the money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumman. We're joined with our other host, Lady Che, and we are joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We're joined with co-executive producer and co-host, Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income City. How about them Broncos? And we're going to be discussing...
Man, later for them ponies, man. Put them back in the bar. Get them off them GMO oats.
We're going to the playoffs, Shabaka, and the Gators are in the basement.
Y'all need to be drug screened for GMOs, man, and them oats, man.
Shipwrecked, homeless, unhoused pirates ain't going nowhere. But further
man, they had to fire everybody. The Chiefs lost today.
Yeah, great news. And the Chargers lost. It was a great.
Oh, that's even better news. And the Detroit Lions lost.
Yep.
But it don't matter, man, because everybody in the NFC Central got to travel to Detroit.
Yep.
And in the AFC West, everybody got to travel to Donkey Town.
No, we got to travel to Queeth Town.
Oh, yeah, that's right. To the Chiefs. Yeah, that's when y'all get shut down.
What's cracking, cuzzo? Said the Raider fans say, why can't
Jay Militant Raiders fans say, why can't our team be good too? No, Jay Militant, they need to fire the whole goddamn roster, man, and the damn head coach. Them motherfuckers got bums, man. Them ain't Raiders, them is master Raiders.
Y'all had 8 years to get it together, so that window is closed, and now it's Bronco time again. So we'll be discussing several things on the season 4, episode 38 for the Frontline Black News. First thing is our West Coast correspondent, who you just heard from, who is real salty that my Broncos are in the playoffs.
Man, later for them scrubs, man. They still bums, man.
When we get that Super Bowl ring, I don't want to hear nothing but congratulations.
No, man. You guys is y'all gonna fold before it's all over, man. Y'all ain't winning nothing.
You know who won't be there? The only team in our division.
Yeah, that's the Raiders. Wait a minute. Yeah, hold it, though. You got the old bust-ass Chargers. Wait a minute. The Kansas City Chiefs and should have got Belichick. Yeah, too late now. Yeah, that's right, Jay Militant. Yeah, that's who the Raiders need is Belichick.
Y'all need a miracle. Anyway, y'all had 8 years to get it together.
These motherfuckers need a whole new roster, man. Shit. From the head coach on down.
Yeah. So on football related, we got several topics to discuss that we didn't get to in part 1, and that is well, you did a video, Shabaka, that I was going to play on the air.
Yeah, which video was that?
The one that you just uploaded today, Shabaka.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
And
okay, yeah.
Walmart ends DEI programs. Now blames a black child for his own demise after
No.
accident store.
Damn.
That's why I'm not a fan of Walmart at all. I hate that place.
Yeah, because San Leandro, they shot and killed a brother a few years ago too.
Yep. Then we got cop with rifle guns down 15-year-old black teen in holiday tragedy.
Damn.
Then we got Ivory Smith, another black child in the
Hmm.
knee that was ran down by an illegal immigrant.
Ran down by an illegal immigrant. Damn.
In Chicago, the need for mass deportations of criminal migrants victimizing Americans. Then the new border czar, Tom Homan, is declared Chicago ground zero for mass deportations. Mass
Oh, okay.
deport. Then let the mass
Yeah, we'll appreciate.
begin.
Yeah, we'll appreciate that in Chi-Town.
Eric Adams. Oh yeah. Jay Millie saying y'all need to get Debo. Um,
Who's Debo?
he plays for the Niners currently.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, man, shit, Raiders need all the help they can get.
Uh, that's been y'all history for as long as I've been living. Um,
Man.
then what I realized. Oh, Adams and Holman finally meet face to face. Let the deportations begin in New York City.
Mhm.
And then what I realized
Right.
from any verdict from our brother Mayor Black TV. Then we got Biden
Hmm.
saves us from taking accountability. Now we covered this topic several times, but I want to get Mayor Black TV's take on it. Then we got California lawmakers
All right.
who apologize for slavery with no reparations checks. And if we have time, Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles face online backlash for allegedly being MAGA affiliated. Then we got Black American men were America's first paramedics. And Charleston White says Mexicans hate blacks. Is he telling the truth?
Everybody hates us, man.
Yeah, take his
Don't
cross
you
dress
get
to
it?
Las Vegas. Yeah, I know that's right. Talking
So
about,
you got the video from Las Vegas that I did?
yep.
All right. Yeah, had to take his cross-dressing
Yeah,
ass to Vegas. I see
yeah.
we don't even own Roscoe's. Yeah.
It's bad news, Shabaka. That's really bad news.
Yeah. Roscoe's Chiefkin and
Chicken.
Waffles is trash now.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna play Shabaka's video first, y'all.
All right.
So this is live from Sin City, where those Gators, I guess, play, if you can call it playing.
Man.
We letting everybody know that we'll be on Tuesday, December the 17th, 2024. The title of the podcast will
That's
be
good old
Essential
Las Vegas.
Services for Food.
Yes,
See,
Sin City.
Shutting
see
down
the
the U.S. Post Office.
is
Rising
that
prices
the
of
Mirage
essentials.
in the background, Shabaka?
Thank our staff members.
No, that's the yeah, that is the Mirage.
And that's the airport.
Yeah, sorry about Yeah, I'm across from the airport. Yeah, that's the airport because the plane was making all the noise right there when I was doing the live video.
About essential services on December the 17th.
So I asked the audience to turn it up on their laptops.
Is it still McLaren or did they change the name?
No, it's Henry Reed Airport now.
Oh, Henry Reed now. Oh,
Yeah, named after the senator they had here.
so that's the strip.
Yep.
Start of the strip.
Yeah.
We got all the private jets and everybody's shaking.
Yeah, because as you see, it was a jet right there, had its engines on. That
Mm-hmm.
jet right there.
Yeah.
We're going to be dealing with
Yes,
two
so welcome to
circus once again.
fabulous Las Vegas, son.
Yeah.
Coming on
Look at a bunch of tourists, a
Tuesday,
bunch of East Indians up here.
December 17th, 2024, 6 p.m.
Yep.
Pacific time. Please call in and join our podcast at 516-418-5999.
Driving around and working on the ball.
Yeah.
We appreciate
Yeah, that video's horrible.
everybody, in the world can.
Yeah, up here is revving up. Stuff to take off.
Yeah, he's revving up.
To go over here to the infamous Las Vegas side of what we're doing and what
Yep,
have
welcome
you.
to the fabulous Las Vegas.
And here it is, the infamous Las
Yep.
Vegas, where everybody comes, all the time, what have you. So there it is.
Yeah, I took a picture there
Yeah,
too.
see, everybody lines up there to take pictures for that shit.
Also, too,
If you're gonna do it, the best time to do it is at night.
Yeah.
Las Vegas time. So we'll be coming to you from Las Vegas.
Yeah, I was like
So
just
definitely check us out. Please share the video. And thank you so very, very much.
So that was,
That's the Las Vegas.
I think that's the end of it.
Yeah, that's the end of it.
Okay.
Easiest way to get rid of Twitch ads for good. This is Pi, the fastest growing, highest rated.
Still laptop. Still acting up. But I figured a way to keep it from acting up temporarily. Lady Che.
Yeah.
Say hi to the people.
Hello, people.
Lady Che is in the background. We're at the Blacc House today.
Yep.
Okay.
All the way up.
Let's see what Phil Scott's talking about.
Yep. I'm going where Tupac got shot. That's where I wanted to go to and pay my respects. But I was at the MGM.
Yeah, he got shot right there on Las Vegas Boulevard in Colville there, Jay Militant.
Yeah, I passed right
Yeah,
by.
I passed by there. Yeah, I passed by there many times, paid respects, to the brother's memory, you know what I mean?
It was so damn hot there.
Hey, twin.
Keep cool. Because when I went, it was 110, 115, and 100.
Well, it's 45 degrees here now. Oh, it's real cool.
It's 36 here.
36.
Yep, it's 36.
Twin,
right
I seen when I heard that woman put Trump in front.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to catch up on the comments.
Mexicans are in there now,
Roscoe
Jay.
Chicken and Waffle.
That ain't been the same since. So they went in there, man, and pulled their own shenanigans, man, is going to start doing their shit, man. I mean, what be with these niggas, man? They build up a damn business, man, then they want to go sell it to OTBs.
I don't
as
understand.
opposed to keeping it in, as opposed to keeping it in the community.
Usually when that type of shit happens, a family member then died.
Yeah, and the kids take it over and do that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Walmart is going to end its diversity, equity, inclusion programs.
Now blames a black child by the name well, he's gonna give us the name. But now blames a black child for his own demise after an accident in their store. Fuck Walmart. I can't stand Walmart.
What kind of accident?
I think the kid fell or something. Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update.
All right.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Walmart has been in the news as of late. Of course, they're getting rid of their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. They started a lot of these programs after the uprising with George Floyd. A lot of corporations actually started that then, not because Black Americans was asking them to. Black Americans was talking about justice for George Floyd, not these corporations. But these corporations was afraid that, hey, they're going to get upset with us. So let's go ahead on and figure out something to do to make sure that we can keep getting those Black dollars. Walmart has not been a great friend of the Black community whatsoever. Walmart criminalizes a lot of Black people with their over aggressive loss prevention. Now, if someone is taking something, they don't handle business. I have no issue with, them getting reprimanded and dealt with for that. But Walmart overly, aggressively prosecutes people for self-checkout. That's why I tell people.
Exactly. Fuck Walmart. I went through that shit before, and the motherfuckers try to charge. I have to pay like $300-400. I think I have to pay like $200-300. I got caught stealing from Walmart like 10 years ago, and it was like stealing from Walmart. It's like stealing from the IRS. You can't steal from Walmart. You gotta pay Walmart.
Fuck that. I'm doing it. I give fuck. I give fuck.
And the fucking loss prevention people was crazy. The motherfuckers hopped out the woodwork. It was like, hey, you're coming with us. Like, no, the fuck I'm not.
Especially if they're one of us that could tell us on the way to the thing. I do not give a fuck.
And then the damn greeters, I need to see your receipt. No, the fuck you don't.
Man, I'm surprised they don't frisk me every time I leave. I'm surprised. I'm really fucking surprised.
My motherfuckers got cameras in every goddamn aisle.
There's cameras in every motherfucking aisle. There's motherfucking
everything is locked
remember
up.
When there were secret shoppers, cuz?
Yes.
There's no such thing anymore. Everybody got a vest on and they stitch.
Everybody got it.
Everybody stitching and playing 2 fingers at a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Get it. And if I get away with stealing something out of that
They use
motherfucker, I
both
feel like
hands.
it's a great day. I give a fuck what it is. And fuck that place. They make way too much motherfucking money to be acting so stupid.
Right. Hey, Leonard's in the building. B1 salute.
That's Leonard.
So fuck Wally World.
Do not use self-checkout in any of these stores. If they say all they have is self-checkout, play dumb and act like you don't know what you're doing to force them to ring you up. And tell them, listen, I don't know what I'm doing. I ain't trying to go to jail. I've seen people go to jail behind this self-checkout. So if you want me to use it, then you will have to help me with it. Because it's not, you have to tell them that, right? Because I've seen too many people who've never stole a day in their life get locked up, get a charge put on them behind Walmart. It is ridiculous. And really, I don't go to that store. I ain't been in that store in years. I think until maybe a couple of months ago, because my wife needed something for the cake shop, and they had it at the Walmart across the highway. So I went in there and got it. But usually I was like, man, you can't get this at Target or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? I do not shop at that store. Well, there was a little boy that lost his life at Walmart, and I want you to see how Walmart responded to this little 9-year-old young brother losing his life at their store. So now it says Walmart's callous reaction after a 9-year-old's gruesome death in the store. No, so Walmart's placing blame, on the 9-year-old, let's say, who died years after hitting his head on the metal cart on the deceased child. Now they say Tamika Springer sued the retail giant for creating a dangerous and unsafe condition within their Fort Lauderdale store after her son, Saia Allen Bay, then 7, walked, into a metal stock cart and hit his head in a walkway in November 2020. Now, this is about 4 years ago. Now they said Springer of Miami Gardens, Florida, claimed that her son passed away in May of 2023 after suffering from a serious head injury and seizures for 2.5 years as a result of the accident. But the company said that the child caused his own injuries by being inattentive and failing to pay attention to where he was going, during day 5 of the civil trial on Tuesday. Now, let me say something real quick. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, because this is utterly ridiculous. We know what children do in stores, right? You say, hey, pay attention. Hey, do this. Hey, do that. These are children. These aren't adults you're talking about. Children fall. Children walk into things. Children do whatever, right? So just like in our home, because of what children do, we got to make sure not to have, things with sharp edges, like them coffee tables with sharp edges, or we need to make sure things are kind of kid proof to a point, because we don't want to have any kind of accident. Even when you're an employer, it's called safety. You have to look and kind of see any accident that you possibly see, whether it's a customer or an employee, because if something happened to an employee, you're going to be just as responsible. And if something happened to a customer, you could be liable. You could be responsible. So you got to make sure to do everything you can to prevent things. Now, accidents happen. Okay. Walmart, because they don't want to pay anything with this, they should just do what most companies do. You talk with their lawyer, you settle, and don't make yourself look bad.
All they have to do is settle.
Walmart making themselves look real bad, because Walmart is fighting this case, and this case right here wouldn't be nothing for them to settle on, right? Because that's what corporations do every day. They settle, and hey, you do an NDA type of thing, you move on, and then that's the end of it, and you just keep moving. Walmart makes billions of dollars, don't even pay any taxes, but they went to court because, like, I'm not paying this black woman nothing, because this black child life do not matter. And yeah, if it's somebody I settle and pay something, but I'm not doing these black folks, so let's take this thing to trial. You understand? This utterly ridiculous. And this is why, on top of the DEI thing that they're doing, and it's not that I care about DEI, it's the principle why Walmart did it for me. But like I say, I've had Walmart on my boycott list, because I don't, once again, the years I've seen how they criminalize black people with their loss prevention and how they over aggressive. No, one thing I would not do, ladies and gentlemen, I would not be criminalized to spend my money. If you're going to criminalize me, that's all I need to know. I will not return to any establishment. I don't understand why any black people shop at Walmart the way they be watching you and criminalizing you. I don't get it. Now, some people say, well, Phil, that's the only store in my neighborhood. Man, I'd rather drive further out and go somewhere else and be criminalized. I'm sorry. Walmart isn't selling oxygen. Okay. And since they're not selling oxygen to breathe, thank God he provides that. It's nothing in that store I got to have. I drive to go get it because somebody else got it. Even if you got to drive somewhere a little further. Let's continue here. So they're saying this is what they're saying. They're saying Walmart is not liable for the incident as the stock cart was so open and obvious that the child, SA should have been reasonably expected to discover it and protect himself by simply walking around it. Their legal team wrote in a motion summary judgment said SA failed to use his senses and was walking while looking back. Therefore, he did not observe the open, obvious, and innocuous stock cart. Ladies and gentlemen,
that is some prepackaged bullshit,
he had injuries, all the way up to the time he passed away from the incident. He was seven, not 17, 7. I said Springer initially filed a complaint in 2022 seeking damages beyond $30,000 for the store's alleged negligence, which she said led her young boy suffering from extreme pain, mental anguish, and loss of capacity for the enjoyment of his life. The lawsuit claimed that Alan Bay, who was later diagnosed with seizure disorder, fell to the floor after hitting his head and had his first seizure while still in the store. Okay, this is the child right here, precious child. That's so sad. The child's not here anymore. And to be a parent and lose a child, that's, man, because like the old people say, your children are supposed to bury you. You don't supposed to be burying your children. And I say the court heard testimonies from the boy's 13-year-old sister, Allen, and Walmart attorneys during the trial on Tuesday. Say Allen, who was present, said when it happened, told the court about the seizures her brother during the years after the accident. So he would shake a lot. He would look in different directions. Then he would shake and make noise too. So every time he ate, he would throw up, he would throw the food up, or use the bathroom on himself. He said, but a testimony came to Walmart attorney question whether or not the accident was the reason for his diagnosis and ultimate death 3 years later. The motion filed by the company in June of this year noted how the stock cart is so not inherently dangerous that it doesn't constitute a dangerous condition. It said they also mentioned how one angle of the store surveillance footage depicted the boy running out of frame and down the aisle seconds before the accident occurred, despite the accident itself not being visible. So it said their filing also noted how Allen previously testified, telling her brother to watch out for the cart as he was looking backward, but it was too late. Okay, so this is a picture here, let's say, of the overall family.
First of all, we know tobacco kills.
Through our work in the schools here in the Denver metro area, we started seeing.
And as we continue here, they say here, unfortunately, S.A. was inattentive. They say and failed to walk around the stock car handles that was observed by his sister, who was now walking, they say, with her head turned. They said, despite placing the blame on the dead child, they said the company's summary judgment request was ultimately rejected by the court. That's good. In addition, maintain it, and this Walmart is also planning to dispute the claim that the 2020 injury led to his death. Allen Bailey described it as a king that deserved the world deserved, but wasn't ready for in his obituary. He was painted as a young boy with extraordinary talent in art. So he often made origami birds and drawings, say for our friends and even random people he came in contact with. So his eyes and smile and lit the entire universe. He did everything with the utmost pride and precision. They said we all told him how brilliant and genius he is and how his talents will only get greater, which is sad that a young child life was cut short, and Walmart Corporation is sitting up here saying that it's the child's fault. He was 7 years old, and we don't want to pay anything. See, this is how these corporations feel, and it makes sense. Now, do you see why they cut the DEI program? It makes plenty sense, because if they don't value you as having them in their corporation, they don't value you as a worker. Clearly, they don't value you as a human being, right? And this is more clear of how Walmart feels about Black Americans. Yep. But see, one thing about Black Americans, we can show you a lot better than we tell you. That's why I tell Black Americans, hey, don't patronize that store. That store is not something that we should patronize, because
you have to go through shit like that.
Look at what they're doing there. Attorneys, this is a multi-billion-dollar company, and most companies just settle a lawsuit. You don't even know about what happened. But no, Walmart said they're spending money to fight this because they don't want to pay this Black family a dime. I want y'all to see that, Black people. Every time Walmart comes in a neighborhood or whatever, it harms the small businesses that's in your local community by what they do, by lowering all the prices, and because they have it, they can do it. You understand?
They set up shop.
So
mom and pop businesses out of business.
Once again, I'm going to repeat myself.
Well,
don't use self-checkout, especially in Walmart, because they will hella criminalize you.
In the same
Black folks, if you would just take a break from Walmart, even for a year, watch what kind of programs, watch who gets fired. Watch what happens if you take a break from Walmart for a year. While we're finally centering ourselves, right? Because what happened after that election is even the Democrat shields had to admit, okay, we have no allies, we have no friends. We've been telling them that, right? Mm-hmm. Now they're saying we only need to worry about us. So this is the year of centering Black people. We need to center ourselves. That's it. We don't worry about nothing else. We don't focus on nothing else. We're centering ourselves. Black men, Black women, Black children, we're centering ourselves. If someone of a different community has been down with us, a friend, they family, whatever, then hey, of course we got them, because they showed themselves as friend, family, and everything else to us. But to other groups, no, that's just not what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? And centering ourselves, also centering our money. We need to center our money within our community too, because a lot of these corporations don't respect Black people. A lot of them have, it's not just the Walmarts, it's a lot of these banks. Some of these banks are predatory against Black people. We need to start pointing all these people out and start bringing our money back home to our own community. Because trust me, we make 2025 a year of centering ourselves. Watch how much we would gain in 12 calendar months if we just center ourselves. and not worry about nothing else but us. It has nothing to do with us. Hey man, I pray for you. Hope it works out. That's it.
Right.
We don't lend our voice. We don't get involved because we got too many issues coming at us as a community. We don't have really time to even be bored. We have so many issues in our community. Because one thing corporations like Walmart is going to do, they're going to show you every single day how they don't care about Black Americans. And that's fine. I like them doing that. Trust me, I like what Walmart is doing. You may say, why are you saying that? Because it shows Black people how they really feel. Trust me, it's a principle thing with them why they don't want to pay this sister. They got the money to do it.
Mm-hmm.
They got it. They just don't want to pay her because it's a Black person and they don't feel like they should pay anything.
Yeah.
But make 2025 a year of centering ourselves. That's it. Resting in our peace. We only fight when it comes to our community. We only speak up when it comes to our community. The only exceptions for the groups, if those other groups, once again, are they allies, friends, family, and they've always had your back or whatever, that's fine. That's on the individual level. But wholesale groups, no, we don't have time. We need to focus on rest, peace, self-care, medical care, right? We all need to get to the doctor, check on our health and all of that. Dental care, go to the dentist, all the things you need to do. The ladies need to go see the lady doctor. Let's just prioritize ourselves, self-care in 2025. And trust me, because this year coming up is going to be interesting, but not really for us. This will be interesting for everybody else.
Right.
And they're going to be looking at us like, hey, Black people, man, we understand how you feel. Like, I don't know anything you're talking about, man. Just handle that. You know what I'm saying? Because trust me, it's going to be an interesting year coming up.
All right. Thank you. All right, Shabaka.
No, need to start boycotting Walmart, boycott it all across the nation, man. They'll feel the effects in about 2 weeks, particularly with Christmas. You see, so quit doing your Christmas shopping right there, so they can see a nosedive on their financial statements. That end December 31st in 16 days.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they need to see a huge drop in sales on their final financial statement. You say?
I was boycotting Walmart. Now this is giving me more reason to boycott them motherfuckers.
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir.
What are your thoughts?
Well, I have a couple of thoughts. As far as, I got a couple of thoughts as far as I can't do it right now. I can't. I'm trying. Can you hear me, Shabaka?
Yeah, I hear you.
Cool. It's just I don't even want to get into it. I have a couple of thoughts as far as the little boy. So that is a tragedy. They should come out of the pocket for real. Stop acting stupid, because this is just one incident. That they haven't taken care of. That they haven't taken care of. There's probably plenty more on the books that we don't even know about when they arrest Black people, or just because you're suspected, suspicion of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they wonder why, shit happens when people get upset. There's a lot of ugly shit that happens when you go to the store sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially if you live in an area where you're seeing the change happen within the store, and people take their job. Look, it's just Walmart, cuz these people that work at Walmart, you ain't gotta take it so seriously. It's not like it's a fucking state job. You ain't gotta be like that. And then you wonder why the people are agitated, because everything's locked up in a motherfucking box.
Yep.
We can't get to nothing. We gotta ask them for whatever we need.
Case.
And that shit's embarrassing, because you don't want to. You just want to go get your shit and get the fuck on.
Right.
But instead, you gotta go ask them, wait on them, deal with motherfuckers that don't speak English while you get your goods behind the plastic. And that's just with anything like hygiene, simple basic shit. You know what I mean? And then to go meander around food that's been touched by everybody. There's remember when they used to have the happy rollback faces? You ain't seen that shit.
No, they got rid of that
right?
on the
That
dad.
shit's been gone.
Since the
The
dad
layaway
died.
program's gone. These motherfuckers are just acting stupid and really wild. And when they got people working there, motherfuckers take it like it's a city job, like it's a government job, like your life depends on it. No, cuz it's just a job. They can fire you at any time. We live in Colorado. This is an at-will state.
Yep.
You know, just as many motherfuckers that got to your place, they got like 10 more to replace you, right? And to make them work, like he's saying, like make them do the work. In my condition, yeah, I make them do it sometimes, only because I don't give a fuck. If I want to self checkout, I'm still gonna. If I want to jack something because I'm in a mood or something, I'm gonna do it on purpose anyway because I can, because I want to. What are you gonna do? You know what I mean? You're gonna take it from me and tell me and slap me on the wrist. It's gonna be less than $100. That's it's gonna be something stupid too, just for the fuck of it. So just so I can make you work and come out your little motherfucking office. I'm tired of them. Like they follow you around the store already.
The customer service sucks too.
Customer service is like whatever. They're always judgmental when you got to pay your bills or move money around or do whatever. There's no respect in that store. No respect. They follow you everywhere.
Everywhere.
If it's not the motherfucking eye in the sky, it's the 30 million cameras on the aisles. Nothing is easy going there. You can't even get a drink of water without 30 eyes looking at you. The bulk bathrooms are always open, so you can see who's coming in and out on both sides. So a predator can snatch a motherfucker real quick, easy in and out. You know what I mean? And they don't ever keep them clean. You never see nobody walking around with a mop and a broom, right? And then the police are there. If you're already not being policed, like the hurry up and buy shit, or what do you got in your pockets, or you just look suspicious and that jacket's too big, type shit, then it's let me see your receipt and open up your bag type shit. You know what I mean? Or, we're not have to let you pass. Excuse me? It used to be this an elder could get a job just being the greeter. Now the elders are taking it like it's a real thing. Like I said, pull over. And I said, get fucked, old man.
Right.
You know what I mean? No, here's the receipt. You saw what you saw. I gotta go. I got shit to do.
Right.
Right? Doesn't matter if I stole 5 things. I'm mad, okay? And I did it on purpose. You're not gonna tell me I didn't do it on purpose. You want it back? Chase me off the sidewalk. We got a no chase policy. You dig? Once I'm off that sidewalk, I'm gone. That's literally 3 paces away, and I drive fast. Bye. Right? But it's just because I'm a dick, and I'm tired of Walmart, right? But we went through. We know for a fact that Walmart batters black
Hey,
people.
Fortune Thoughts in the building. Salute.
We've seen how many videos online.
Hey, what's going on, Fortune Thoughts? Glad to have you.
Walmart's battering black people, black women, young children, teenagers. They're getting arrested and manhandled. It's never anybody else. You never see white folk or Hispanic people getting manhandled.
Nope, it's always black people.
FBA.
Yeah.
90% of the time it's FBA. Getting manhandled, searched, frisked, and threatened with jail, and then detained, and then taken to jail.
Yep.
Kicking and screaming because they wanted to fucking jack a pair of drawers or something stupid like a bar of soap. Motherfucker got killed for stealing a bar of soap. You know what I mean? Things like that. So fuck them. The child dying. Look, 7 years old is prime time for juvenile shit to kick in. Leukemia, diabetes, seizures, autism. That type of shit is prime time for anything to be simmering at the edge. For him to bash himself. Dude, I almost fell on my back going to the bathroom today, walking on my own feet. Okay?
Leonard said we needed you, Lady Che, back in the day for the beer runs.
For real. You can tell me I love stealing. Okay? I love stealing. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Right? Especially nowadays, everything's expensive, and I got problems like looking at something like I want to buy it. Man, fuck it, let's see if I can steal it first. You know what I mean? Because it's $16 fucking for a bar of soap. Fuck you.
Right.
You know what I mean? But real shit. Real shit, family. To keep it honest. That little boy, something terrible happened. And if he started at 7 and he hit himself, that's tragedy. And those kind of things do happen. seizures and whatnot. If he got himself really got a temple shot, you know what I mean? Whatever. But here's the thing. I almost fell going to the bathroom today, walking down my own hallway, and tripped on my own shoes. Okay, so anybody could walk into some shit, and it doesn't matter how old he is.
Yeah, that gift card scam was something else, twin.
Yeah, man, them gift cards. They'll hijack your personal information, man. Fuck them gift cards.
And this is just another case of black people getting denied. And don't worry, we're taking notes. We're taking notes. You know what I mean? And he's right about doing it for self. But we've been saying that, family.
Right.
We've been saying spend black dollars with black people.
Yeah, that's an extra 24 pack.
We've been saying grow your own shit, do your own shit, do your own hair, do your own nails, get your own clothes. We've been saying that.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's like repetitive, and we shouldn't have to keep doing it because nobody is ignorant. You're just consciously ignoring the shit.
Right.
That's all. That's it. You dig? That's all I gotta say.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Thank you for that, Lady
I
Che.
felt like I was hollering too.
So yeah, shame on you, Walmart. It's a major big fuck you to Walmart. Boycott the fuck out of them. Don't spend a dime in that motherfucker.
I didn't have to go
especially
tomorrow.
during holiday season. Don't spend nothing.
Exactly. Because Walmart does not even know what the fuck customer service is.
And they ain't been the same since the daddy died, Sam Walton.
Dude, I'm just tired of asking motherfuckers for shit that is so easy. Like, do I really
And
gotta
unfortunately, my team is
stuff?
part owned by them bastards.
They make you ask me.
Man, well, your team ain't going nowhere anyway, man. Shit. They'll get knocked off in the first round.
They're on a streak or some
We're
shit.
on a streak, Shabaki, so I don't see that
Y'all are on
happening.
a streak up.
You better not.
Man, you guys are going to fizzle out, man, just like a raggedy ass car gonna run out of gas on the side of the highway.
Oh, God, don't say that,
you
man.
on a
Just you'll never
shipwrecked
be right.
boat.
Well, we making repairs. We making repairs.
And
At least
We
we
in
know
ride out now.
we know, okay? We're not
Y'all
living
ain't
in
going
some,
nowhere for
we're
a
not
long
living in some
time.
fantasy
Man, yeah, all they need to do is fire the fucking coach and the general manager and replace the coaching staff.
Shabaki, y'all say that every year.
Okay, calm down.
You gators say
Fortune
that
Star
every year.
says gift cards have and always will be used for nefarious stuff. It is not the card companies, it's the tech savvy crooks that learn how to use them against people. Yeah, he's right.
You're right, Fortune Star.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, see, that's why I don't fuck with Cash App.
Yeah.
You see?
Close my account, so I can't fuck with it anyway.
Yeah.
Tired of rebuilding these accounts, so.
Yeah. All right, so moving along, just got a long list of topics. The next topic is the mass deportations are coming, y'all. Oh wait, hold on.
Good.
There's one more topic before that though. Cop with rifle guns down a 15-year-old teen in holiday tragedy.
Damn.
Yeah.
Cop guns down 15-year-old teen.
Yeah. Leonard said, so go into Wally World and throw a couple jars of jelly on the crowd. It's a protest.
For real.
Real shit.
Man, me and my brother used to knock over the spaghetti jars.
Just knock over all kinds of shit.
Oops,
I would purposely knock shit over.
Now, what happened with that one there?
Oh, BOAT stands for bust out another 1,000.
Don't get scared. Be loud about it. Don't get scared. That's all I say.
Oh, shit. So, Dr. Richard Richey is going to give us an update on that.
All right.
Oh, motherfucker knock over a jar of jelly, dude, and get scared and then automatically pay for it. Don't get scared, throw a seed, and leave.
Right. Clean up on aisle, whatever.
Yeah, you clean this shit up, motherfucker.
Gunned down a 15-year-old child. Put up the picture for a mask.
Pacing around and shit.
Hell of a story.
Akron, Ohio. This is the same place that
Ohio police
Walker last year
have released few details since 15-year-old Jasmine Tucker was gunned down by an officer armed with a rifle outside Miller South School for the Visual and Performing Arts. Authorities say that just after 11 p.m. on November 28th, two officers parked in their patrol unit at East Avenue and Vernon Odom Boulevard, heard the gunshots ring out. Those officers exited their squad car and started searching the area and encountered the young Tucker, who was, quote, walking from the area where the gunshots were heard, end quote, according to the fraternal order of police. The officer started running after him, and one fired his long gun, striking Tucker. The police released body cam footage of the shooting, but portions of the video are hard to make out since the camera is obstructed by a view of one of the officer's rifle. Viewers are unable to see what Tucker was doing before he was shot. The first 30 seconds of the video, which show the moment the cop pulled the trigger, also lack audio. So it's difficult to determine the number of shots fired at the 15-year-old child. Sound is absent from the beginning of the video because of a feature that excludes audio when officers first activate their cameras. The footage does show multiple officers at the scene, some with their guns raised, and when audio finally filters through, viewers can hear the moments when they start shouting, quote, put your hands out to your side, after Tucker was already shot.
Yeah,
several minutes passed before the officers approached a wounded Tucker who is laying face down on the ground and administered medical aid. Footage shows one cop handcuffed the teen, then unzipped his pocket where he finds a handgun. Tucker was later pronounced dead at a local hospital. So during a press conference, the local police chief, his name is Brian Harding, did not provide straightforward answers the community was hoping for, but instead,
so he had prepackaged
stated
bullshit
that he does not have, quote, all the facts just yet. Harding said that he doesn't yet know why the officer fired at Tucker, how many times Tucker was shot, and whether the officers gave the team any commands.
Goddamn police chief, he's supposed to know that.
It's also unclear why it took so long for officers at the scene to render medical aid after the shooting. Keep the chief up. So the chief comes out and voluntarily does a press conference. In the press conference, he admits he knows nothing of what his cops did. Nothing. He doesn't know why they decided to shoot at him. That's a question, chief. That's a simple ass question to the cops who work for you. And if they're not able to provide you with an answer to that question, because you do have a standing protocol, you have a standing CO, commanding order. If they can't tell you that they fired those shots under the protocol of your commanding directive for that department, why are you doing the press conference? And the reality is, if they were within your protocol, sir, you would have said it. If they actually followed your command, you would have told the world. But they did not.
I think the cops can control when they turn on the cameras.
Even after viewing the videos, there are many things we do not know. I know there are many in our community who will have questions and concerns related to the timelines or the timeliness of the body-worn camera activation, the delay in rendering aid, and the shooting itself. I hear those concerns, and my hope is that the investigation will provide more clarity, Harding said. Now, chiefs and other executives in law enforcement, they do this often. They point to the video as if they have just as much information as you do in the public. They act as if we're looking at the same information and trying to figure this out. Well, the truth is they are the authority who has all of the information, and all of the individuals who are in question work for that authority. They also have the authority to investigate and to provide information as they choose. But once again, they want you to think that all they have is a video, and based on that video, they can't make any conclusions because they just have what you have. There's more. Authorities also have not released the name. They decided to withhold the name of the officer who shot the young Tucker, but said he has been with the police department for nearly 5 years. He and his partner have been placed on administrative leave. As for the reason the officer had a rifle
should be
drawn,
placed in a goddamn
Harding stated
jail
that the
cell.
department's cops will respond with rifles rather
Let
than
that be the
handguns
administrative
when they know a
leave.
suspect is armed. 2 shell casings were recovered from the scene that officials say are currently being analyzed. The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation is leading the probe into the shooting. The police have launched a separate internal investigation. Let's go to the mayor of the city. Mayor Shamas Malik said in a statement, quote, in hindsight, the amount of time that expired between the shooting and the initiation
they downloaded inside a police station and they start doctoring it.
Due to the angle of the body cameras and the bright light shining on Jasmir after he was initially shot, it's hard to make out from the videos what exactly happened leading up to the shooting and immediately following it. A gun was recovered from Jasmir's zipped up jacket pocket. Given that, why did the officer decide to use his weapon?
That's what I don't get.
See, the mayor just provided a point that has to be analyzed probably within judicial context. He said the young man's weapon was inside of a zipped, isolated area on his body. So if that's the case, that means that the 15-year-old posed absolutely no, what it is called, imminent threat to the officer who fired the fatal shots.
Why is your world-changing organization called a nonprofit? The truth is, you're for purpose. That's what.
Fuck the commercial.
Family members of Tucker, who was a freshman at North High School, shared their devastation at the teen's death. Quote, Jazz was my sweetheart. He was with us at my house always. From the time he was a baby, and there was nothing he wouldn't do for anybody, and I miss him.
And they
Tucker's
still
great
get
aunt,
paid
Connie,
for vacation pay.
Hurt to see.
When they on leave, they still getting paid for real. That is unreal.
Said. The mayor points out significant problems. Obviously, the rendering of aid, the lack thereof in a timely fashion was one of them. The fact that seemingly there was no immediate threat for the officer or officers involved. So both of them are actually suspended on administrative leave. And then the police chief provides a press conference, but does not provide details to the press conference as if somehow he can't find this information out for the community. Sharon, I know this is a troubling story. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, you've never been more needed. You've never been more needed, Doc. And I'm not just trying to wind you up. The point you made about a gun in a zip pocket is so crucial. Why someone had to use a long gun and shoot a 15-year-old dead, that's the key question here. And I don't know about probable cause either. Shots fired, and the AP reported days ago that they encountered Tucker and began chasing him. Maybe the deceased teenager fired those shots that they claim to have heard. Maybe he didn't. None of it matters. He should be alive. From what you just referenced and drilled down on, the key points, the police chief should not bother to open his mouth and hold any kind of press conference until he knows some basic information.
That's right. And he knows obviously more than what he said at the press conference as part of the spin. The mayor at least pointed out some of the issues that the community is asking questions about while the chief is ignoring it. We will definitely bring updates as they come. We're going to stay on top of it.
We're going to stay on top of it as well. All right, what are your thoughts, Shabaka? Oh, Shabaka went on mute.
So you got shot doing what? Obviously it's wrong, but what?
Shabaka, what are you?
Yeah, let me put this headset back in. that shit is crazy, man.
Yeah.
That shit is crazy. And then of course, the cops can alter the videos, they supervisors could alternate the videos for them, you know what I'm saying? Because they do watch out for each other. And actually, man, the most notorious gangs that you have in major cities are the police departments themselves.
All right.
I'll say that again. The most notorious gangs that you have in major cities are the police departments themselves.
They're the biggest damn gang.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Say they go out there, they do this kind of shit, man. They got their own code of conduct, Then they got their own unwritten code of conduct, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that blue wall silence.
Right. That's gang activity.
Yep.
Shit, that's GA, man.
Yep.
That's
GTA.
gang activity, man. That's gang activity.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
All right, so Baka, what did they say the young man was doing when he was shot?
Okay. I would imagine shoplifting or got into an altercation. I didn't quite hear it clearly.
Yeah, we're gonna revisit that. Said blue wall racketeering. Hey, we got Kahari in the building.
Hey, Kahari.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. The blue wall racketeering, forge and thought.
Uh-huh. Hey, what's up, win lose? What's up with you, brother? How you be? How you be? Definitely spread the link, man, for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, man, for Tuesday night, y'all.
Let me put it in the chat.
Yeah, I think I already got the show typed up, and I just gotta advertise it some more tomorrow, man. For with the hashtags.
Sorry, y'all got this toothache out of this world.
You got a toothache?
Mm-hmm.
Get a pair of pliers and yank it.
Nah, it's not even a tooth though. Like it's like around the tooth. Like it's where my wisdom teeth used to be.
Oh, I know you can't. Okay, you had your wisdom teeth pulled.
Yep. I had
Yeah,
them.
I know it can't.
I had them
I know
pulled.
it can't. I know it can't be another wisdom tooth.
Mm-mm. All four of them pulled.
Yeah. So did I. I had one of the motherfuckers growing in sideways.
Yeah, I had them pulled when I was 19, 20 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm 30. I'm about to be 38 next year.
Mm-hmm.
I've been 18 years ago. This shit still hurt. It hurt like it's still weak though. Okay.
Yeah, you need to get that checked, man. That might be some type of long-term infection.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Shabaka. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
About the young man?
Yes.
I just think any kind of loss is unnecessary, especially when you're black.
Right.
So that obviously, that needs to be like they need to be held accountable, like for real, like not this pretend shit that they've been doing. There's the police that did it, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they need to be really
This is in
held accountable.
Brother Rob's neck of the woods.
I mean, like the worst shit because they just don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And when it happens to them, you're supposed to be, oh my God, they need a procession. Fuck that. Where's our procession?
And in Brother Aziz's neck of the woods.
Shit's crazy. I think they need to be held accountable, asset forfeiture. I think they need to be stripped of everything and go to jail in the worst kind of conditions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Yeah.
How they strip motherfuckers of not having commissary and not having privileges. I think they don't get privileges either. No commissary, no visits, no nothing. You know what I mean? Just in a fucking box, surrounded by killers.
Yep.
All day, telling you they're gonna fuck your wife and shit. Beat your children. all kind of ugly stuff, you know. Day in and day out, you motherfucker won't have any sleep.
Instead, they're gonna put them on
Taking
paid
their
leave
taking their shoes.
and like force
Yeah, I
them
know. You say so. Say
That's
so. They still get paid. He should not get paid.
right.
Major funky, major funky.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, what happened to those days? That's what I want to know.
Right.
It gets stopped.
Right.
What happened to those days? Motherfucker, you know, you did something to a black person. Black people just get up in there and handle up. Like, what happened? Like, you know what happened? They know a motherfucker killer's coming in. Like, what happened?
Right.
I missed the memo, man. They need the memo. Like, get back to getting in that work.
Okay. Thank you, Fortune Thought. Yeah, I want to do that.
I told him to eat on it.
He told me to get the salt water.
That too.
Real talk, though. Switch with some salt water. Yeah, it helps with the infection and inflammation. Yeah, he's right about that.
Yeah, let me get on that now. So moving along, it's very unfortunate. Hopefully, this young man's family gets the justice that they so rightfully deserve.
Yeah.
The family that's out there is making a serious fuss like they did behind Jalen Walker.
Mm-hmm. I mean, man, it's getting to be so many people, man, being killed by the police unlawfully, man. Shit, Sandra Bland, this young man, Phileo Castro, used black toothpaste.
You talking about the darky toothpaste?
Not white. Yeah, because I think Crest, man, has some toothpaste that's black, because I got some.
Black, like a black tree toothpaste or black.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I
and
think
then also too.
That shit is good too.
I think it
might
is.
have. Okay, wait a minute. He's saying you might have an impacted root or something. This can cause chronic pain for years until you get the dentist on it. So probably, Brother Che, you got a tooth probably growing in crooked. I had one growing in sideways.
I don't know. I mean, I had them all. I literally used to have my teeth that I had taken out. And they took all 4 of them out.
So where's this other tooth located in relation to the wisdom teeth?
It's right where they would used to be.
Like mine's like the second one.
That last,
all right.
The last back molar on my right side.
All right, man, you shit. Okay, so then you got to get to a dentist fast, man. You got a fever or anything like that?
Nah, not yet. It like comes and goes. The pain.
Fluoride messes. Yeah, and fluoride messes with your tooth also. Yeah, you're right about that, win-lose. Yeah. The white toothpaste messes up your teeth. Yeah.
And it don't really help with the. Remember, it used to have the fluoride used to help straighten your teeth. It don't do that either. That's a myth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I might need a root canal.
Nah, oh man. Oh shit. Well, prepare yourself for that there, Brother Che. If you get a root canal right off the next 3 days after you take it, because you will be fucked up.
Yeah.
And just get that ice on it, man.
It might be a cavity.
To minimize. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be a cavity.
Billy might have fell out.
All right, then get the cavity drilled out, cleaned out, and have them fill it.
These fillings are like over 20 years old, so that could have easily happened.
They fell out.
Wait a minute. You might have the root left from the wisdom tooth that they didn't extract. That happened to my older brother. About every 9 months, he would swell, get horrible pain. Damn.
Yeah.
When my silver fillings fell out, I had got the same pain.
Because when they took them out, they let me keep them, the root and all.
And
yeah, you need you some eyebrow puffing for the pain, man.
Yeah,
eyebrow puffing. Yeah, and get the highest dosage that you can.
Yeah, fucked up
before
off that.
you go to the dentist. Yeah.
My shit.
Then load up on vitamin C too, man. To help fight the infection.
Yeah. But to dull the pain, I've been drinking alcohol.
That's right.
Oh man. Okay, you haven't taken any painkiller. You haven't taken any pain pills, man, with the alcohol, have you?
Hell no.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Matt.
No, I just smoke weed and cigarettes.
Yeah, this is what we consider. Now, I gave him my Southern Comfort, my double shooter, and I watched him slam it right now. And I just looked at him like, that, you ain't shit. Because he bought it for me. I was like, you ain't shit.
I did buy it for her. She insisted on not take it.
Yeah, because there's the pain. You know, I couldn't have my sweetums be in pain.
The LQ by her house got a 2 for $3 deal.
Yeah. I was just over there today, too, and I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, I was like, I was surprised she didn't go to the LQ.
I did. I went in there for something else, but I didn't come out. I was like, shit, I'm on a mission. It's on a mission.
All right, so yeah, thoughts and prayers definitely go out to this young man's family. Hopefully they get the justice that they rightfully deserve.
Of course.
And that piggy that killed him is held to the full extent of the law. Now, we got the situation with these migrants. Migrants then killed another black child. This time,
oh man,
this young sister by the name of Ivory Smith. So this stresses the more need for this mass deportations of these criminal migrants that are victimizing America. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
Are you a successful entrepreneur?
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial.
You need to talk about this, right? And you Democrat Shields, I have a question to ask you since you're so pro-immigration, right? All right, so it's this young 7-year-old girl by the name of Ivory Smith, a little precious girl in our community.
Oh yeah,
and unfortunately, little Ivory isn't here anymore. Well, she should be. Why she isn't here anymore? Because of a criminal migrant.
Yeah,
let's go on and get this started up because we got to cover some stuff tonight.
The death of 7-year-old Ivory Smith made headlines fast.
He's taking her away from us. We wasn't ready. She's 7.
On December 1st, the second grader was killed in a crash that sent her mom, the driver, to the hospital for nearly a week. Investigators saying Joel Enrique Justine is to blame for running a red light while intoxicated.
If he wasn't out drinking and driving, she would be with us right now and we wouldn't be at court.
We told you how Justine was put on an immigration hold.
Yes, so currently the bond amount is at $150,000. The reason that is he has an ICE hit, so if he is to make that bond, he has to deal with the immigration side as well. That is not likely to be made.
And now we've learned this isn't the first time he's been on an ICE hold. Records show earlier this year he was arrested for assaulting a family member.
And he was taken into custody in June. There was immediately an ICE hold placed on him. I mean, he couldn't bond out.
The felony was dropped to a misdemeanor and he was sentenced to 113 days in jail.
And the reason it was 113 days because that was the time he had already served. So basically, he just pled guilty and walked out the door because the ICE hold was lifted the day he pled guilty.
I reached out to ICE Houston to ask why that initial hold was lifted. They told me that Justine is a Venezuelan national and some information on his current hold, but didn't disclose anything on the June hold due to privacy regulations.
Or why was that hold lifted when he discharged his sentence? If they had kept that hold on him, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. You had a 7-year-old girl that would be alive today, and you had a mother that wouldn't be seriously injured.
All right, it's very, very sad, and you know, definitely my condolences go out to
Black family. There's some work right there
of Ivory Smith, but the guy
there's some work right
was
there.
already in trouble. He already had proceedings with having an ICE hold. Now let me let y'all know something about Harris County. Okay, Harris County or Houston itself, definitely Harris County and all the surrounding cities in Harris County Harris County is the largest county in Texas, okay? And it is Democrat. So if you wonder why he even got out and moving around like that, that's Democrat Central. It's Harris County. Most of your major cities in America, of course, you know, the Democrats run those major cities in America. And that's why a lot of your major cities have the problems that it have because of the policies that Democrats promote for the most part. But definitely they're pro-immigration because, of course, we are a red state, but we have those pockets of blue, like Harris County, Houston, Dallas, right? The Democrat Central, San Antonio, Austin, all those big cities like that, Democrat Central. The rest of the state's red, but it's mostly those places like that. So what they'll do, a lot of them will come here to Houston because there's a lot of, jobs and construction and stuff like that. And since they Democrat Central, they're not too friendly with ICE around here. But since, now Trump's coming in and Greg Abbott definitely got a buddy. Now, I don't know about the new mayor because I don't know what his position is. He's a little bit more of the law and order type Democrat, but we have to see his position. I haven't heard him talk about, cooperating with ICE or anything like that. But if that foreign national would not have been here and been in his homeland, Ivory would have been here. And we have to lay the blame on the Biden administration, right? The Biden-Harris administration, because it was the Biden-Harris administration policies that opened up the floodgates, got rid of remained in Mexico, okay? Got rid of it. And just let people like that guy into this country. But you don't know why people voted for, and they say support mass deportation. This is a victim of a crime that should be alive. Okay. A little girl had her whole life ahead of her. So when the Democrats try to tell black people, oh, well, all that stuff the Republicans talk about, that don't hurt black people. Well, you just seen it, right? You just see a black family is sad, right? Okay. So never let them tell you that issue does not hurt black people. That issue hurts black people more than any other group. Illegal foreign nationals, especially criminal foreign nationals, hurt our country, definitely black Americans, worse than any other group. You better believe that, okay? Now, let's go it on, and we want to look at a couple of one article, then we're gonna go back to a video real quick. So let me go to the first one, so y'all can see this, because we're gonna go all the way to New York. Let's go ahead and pull this up, so y'all can just follow what's really going on in America here. Now, this is New York. They say New York City is home to over 58,000 criminal migrants, including more than 1,000 gang members. And this is what Mayor Adams was talking about. All the criminal migrants.
Man, fuck Eric Adams.
They say there's over 58,000.
But he was the main motherfucker who was letting them get in there.
Are facing criminal charges roaming New York City and close to 670,000 across the country. Startling new data obtained by the Post shows. And you blame this on the Biden-Harris administration. Even though they're getting out of office, we're going to be dealing with this major problem. And say of the 759,218 illegal border crossers living in the Big Apple that the feds were aware of as of November 17, the jaw dropping 58,626, 7.7% were either previously convicted of crimes or have criminal charges pending, according to U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement Agency data. So a lot of criminals are roaming the country. And of the 58,626 migrants with rap sheets, 1,053, nearly 2%, are suspected or known gang members. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all this much.
Yep, I agree. Fortune thought I didn't agree with it either, but at the time my mom had health insurance, so she said, "Well, I got the insurance. Let's get it done." And yeah, they had to put me under anesthesia to do it. When it was done, my face looked like I had all kinds of mollywops on my face.
Yeah, that's from the swelling.
They took like 2 or 3 out of mine. I went to a free clinic, no anesthesia. My eyes were wide open.
Yeah, he says he doubts that the voter demographic maps are accurate, seems they are less and less predictive as time goes on. Yeah, Fortune thought you're right about that. Democrats see a vote, consequences be damned. Shameful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Remember when Americans were allowed to call someone who came over the border illegally illegal?
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they used to call them the illegals. Yeah, you got all these damn illegals here. Now they call them migrants.
No, they call them newcomers.
Newcomers, new neighbors.
No shit. Call them newcomers.
I'm okay.
That's what punk ass Johnston calls them. Tell me we need to welcome the newcomers. No, the fuck we don't.
Well, to quote the words of that old senile motherfucker Ronald Reagan, well, ladies and gentlemen, anybody can come to America and be an American. Fuck Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, blame Reagan for this shit. He the one that gave amnesty.
Yeah, man. Fuck Ronald Reagan, man. Fuck him in his ass when he was a governor. Fuck the son of a bitch when he was the president. And may that motherfucker rest in piss, shit, hog guts, and straight hell. Fuck Ronald Reagan. Oh, and by the way, I approve of the goddamn message.
Eric Adams talking about, come on in.
Fuck him too.
We'll take you.
Fuck Eric Adams.
Come on in, and then 6 months later, no, y'all need to stop coming here.
Now all of a sudden, Houston, we got a problem.
Hey man,
yeah, that motherfucker said 6 months ago in the summer months, yeah, come on in, yeah, come on in, and then when a bitch made motherfucker before he was inaugurated as the man, the black community was trying to call speak to the son of a bitch. He didn't say nothing. Newcomers, the fuck! I just got used to these assholes calling them migrants and asylum speakers. Oh hell, I think you meant asylum seekers. Yeah.
Get on over there.
Oh hell.
ID.
Yeah, so I told Tom Holman, you need to come here. After you go to Chicago and New York, you need to bring y'all in LA. You need to come here.
He did say we were first, right on the
list.
That's okay. I'll play.
Operation Aurora is coming to full effect.
Right. You get to stay over here.
Well,
highlights like
fuck Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I agree, Bucky.
Ooh, are we looking at the window? Ooh.
I don't like gangs, period. And I always said that, some people, they got gang culture in certain parts of the country and all of that. Look, I'll tell y'all what, I don't like that gang crap. I never did.
Okay.
They would want me to be anything, have no power. I told y'all that. Don't let me have power, because I would be probably the most strictest law and order type person. But but we'll be safe and we'll be happy though. I promise you that. And everybody, I make sure everybody have money in their pocket.
Big money back.
So Representative Nicole Malliotakis is appointed blame to the stunning stats at soft on crime and lax border control policies pushed by the President Biden and other Democrats. It's shocking to say that Democrats have gone so far out of their way to harbor gang members, drug traffickers, and other criminals going to the country illegally. It's a lone Republican representing the left-leaning Big Apple.
Police.
All right, say in many cases, they provided them with housing, food, and health care. They need to stop using New Yorkers' hard-earned tax dollars to shield criminals wreaking havoc on our streets and instead cooperate with ICE to have them deported. The Malliotakis also said she's trying to get the similar data from the NYPD since the beginning of the year through the Freedom of Information law requests. Nationwide, the numbers are just as galling. Okay, so of course, there are nearly 7.8 million illegal immigrants in the United States. 662,586 or 8.6 are convicted criminals or have charges pending. According to ICE data through July 31, so clear how many are suspected gang members. Now, I said Kenneth Janello, who heads the ICE New York City office, said last week that he's hoping to get additional resources to weed out criminal migrants. Okay, so criminal migrants are a problem in New York, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see more all this stuff that's going on with the criminal migrants. Now, I want to show you something real quick. Now let's get back on the screen real quick. This is still New York. I want to show y'all something real quick. Not only you have the criminal migrants themselves, even their children are committing crimes against American citizens. Check this out. Right out of New York City. Look at this.
They're reckless and as ruthless of a crew as we've seen.
And they're young, some as young as 11 years old. Police say they first targeted Central Park this summer, and now Times Square is their playground.
When you look at this core group of 20 individuals, this is their ground zero.
Assistant Chief of Detectives Jason Savino focuses on gangs, and this gang, he says, is made up of asylum seekers being housed at the Roosevelt Hotel. They're a subset of the gang Tren de Aragua and self-identify as Los Diablos, or the Little Devils of 42nd Street. And they even post about their crimes, which have escalated.
It started with snatches, and then you saw Wolfpack type robberies where you see numerous individuals surrounding unsuspected tourists, frightening them, and then taking their properties. That graduated certainly into knives, and then ultimately, we even had gunpoint robberies committed by this young crew.
I'll just kind of be like this, holding more towards the front, almost like a baby.
Anastasia Tucker always stays vigilant when she walks through Times Square, and news of this gang will ensure she continues to do so.
I mean, as a New Yorker, you should be, just kind of comes with the territory. But I think more police on foot also helps a better presence.
A deterrent.
Yes.
Police say they are using drones, covert techniques, and uniformed officers to find these offenders. But the big appeal is to the judges.
The DA is making recommendations that just aren't adhered to. We have to look.
I would like to know the answer to that question too. Fortune Thought said I would love to have the numbers on how many American single mothers, low-income taxpayers, elderly pensioners, et cetera, apply for federal aid, and what the number is in shelters and food banks.
Yeah, you should be able to pull that information up, man, from HUD. Not HUD, but the other one.
Sambo.
Yeah,
that was King. How dare you, old Sambo, use Dr. King's I Had a Dream for these goddamn illegals.
Yeah, man. Utilize his pussy hole played with. Damn, man. Damn, man. So we got fucking trolls in here, huh? Meanwhile, migrants don't even need to jump through hoops and apply. It's all immediately gifted. Yeah. Yeah, you're right about that, Fortune. Thought the motherfuckers going there to get a packet, man. And as soon as they finish filling out the packet, man, I'm sure they're going to get paid after the packet. Yeah, Fortune Thought, yeah, check that out. And then how come you don't hear nothing from the State Department about these motherfuckers?
Judges and make them more accountable.
Alone without parents, and the NYPD says most of them do come from Venezuela. Police say part of their initiation in the gang involves being to commit crimes, and if you don't commit the crime, they are forced to lick the floor of a subway. Obviously, none of those are really good options. Fortunately, the NYPD says that crime has ticked down in the last 2 weeks. That's a trend they hope continues.
Now you see why Mayor Adams was talking with Tom Homan. Is because he has a lot of criminal migrants in his city, and they're out here committing crimes. I told y'all a long time ago, I don't like to see a bunch of men show up anywhere. I don't, because when you have a bunch of men, especially a lot of young men, they have no job, they have nothing to do. That spells trouble. Just like that old saying, an idle mind is the devil's playground. And that's exactly what it is. And you see all those under 8, they under 18 committing crimes.
With them on that one.
They have nothing to do with themselves. My thing is, if you're going to let them in America, put they behind to work for 12, 15 hours somewhere. That way they don't have nothing to do but come home, sleep, get something to eat, whatever, go to bed and get their behind up and go do it again the next day. If they're not working 60 to 72 hours a week, why are they even here? That's how I look at it. We got enough people in America that we need to be putting to work and having a place to stay or whatever the place may be, right? They got enough New Yorkers that need jobs or whatever. But yeah, you're going to bring them, put them in New York with nothing to do, and they're committing crimes. I've said this before. I don't like to see a gang of men come into a country. No, women and children. And when I say children, I'm talking about children maybe under 10 years old. Because when they get about definitely 12, when they get about 12 and up, no, you need to go back with the men and go fight and build up your homeland. Because when you get to that age, you're doing too much. That's usually how it is. But unfortunately, the way this system works, they want all these, men as foreign nationals to come in here. Men have violent tendencies. And we don't know what these people's mindset are because they're coming with different cultures. They're speaking different languages. We just don't know what they got going on. And that's one of the biggest confusion about America right now is that, see, at one point in time in this country, it was like black and white people. Black and white people, yes, we are a different group of people for sure. We're not the same. But we have some shared values. Of course, we have, we speak English. So we don't have, we can communicate, whatever the case may be. Even though black people still have their own way we communicate with each other, they still don't know about. But you get it. It's black and white people. Then when you start having all these other people that come in, whatever how they came in, right? Whether through amnesty, just immigration, whatever, bring in a bunch of different religions, different languages, different customs, different way of living. Because what we may think is, something you shouldn't be doing, it could be normal to other groups and other cultures. This is why, this American experiment.
Hello, my fellow immigrants. My name is Dorothy, originally from Uganda. Talking about the
of this melting pot.
That ad just had me have to do it. That's your fellow African, diasporic African right there, Shabaka. Remember the one I said, I kind of take. That
motherfucker right there.
Yeah. This is how I cut the bill. I could take.
And the problem with these brain dead ass scratching, descendant of slaves, we don't even want to get no goddamn cohesiveness amongst ourselves. Fortune Thought says 1 out of 2. I know in Oregon, they're giving free health care, $450 a month per person on an Oregon Trail Visa card that you can even buy cigarettes, rental assistance, costless housing. Ain't that a bitch?
The gay Fortune Thought or the Oregon Trail Visa card. Like the game. Y'all remember the game on the old PCs with the floppy disk and shit? Yeah.
Damn.
They can even buy cigarettes with it.
1990s. You talking ancient history and high tech, man. Shit, that was in the 1990s.
Yeah, the first
AOL. And an unlimited trip passing, which public transportation unlimited. See, fuck that, man. See, yeah. Because public transportation now is at from you got to be calling Shabaka every morning. No, not from Uganda. Not the place from where there was nobody food, Big Daddy. But you do have President Museveni over there that did tell the Biden sexual motherfucker, hey man, take your aid, take your gay shit with you.
He used to make them crackers bow to him.
Oh yeah, Dada. Nobody fool Big Daddy. They are proud of that Oregon Trail shit. Laughing out loud. You even got a covered wagon on a car. No bullshit. I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, one of them. Cash apps. No, motherfucker, don't put me on no cash app. Sorry about that, homie. No, I don't fuck with cash app. I don't recommend you do either. A whole lot of people getting scammed out that bullshit. And it'll be the main motherfuckers, them goddamn tethers over there on the continent Brother, man, yeah, you know, cash at me, blah, blah, blah. Man, fuck you.
That's your diasporic African, Shabaki.
And I tell them, fuck you every time they come to me with that bullshit. Because they be full of shit.
You know, like that one that said, I could have take. I don't want to be with y'all.
Exactly.
I could have been, and she was playing with her hair. I could have take.
Keep in mind, though. But keep in mind, if we are gonna crumb bum on our own people, we got to crumb bum on these damn European nasty stinking motherfuckers too.
Oh yeah, we can't.
Remember, they didn't know how to wash their ass.
That's the open enemy right there.
Come on, man. Come on, homie, man. Fuck with the gay shit, man. Get gay shit off this platform, man. Go to San Francisco, man. God damn.
Laughing emoji.
Look, check this out. She was in horrible conditions and talking shit.
Yeah.
And she was gonna be there for fucking 3-4 days during micro breaks.
Shit.
Okay, right? She over there
Forrest
talking
said
shit.
he got a cash up, but it's only 200 count. I only put certain amounts in for shit. Yeah, I had an account like that too. They closed that motherfucker.
Yeah, they closed everything that we touched, it seems like.
They closed that shit.
Facebook, emails, Twitter, Cash App.
And we've noticed that there's been some illegal activity on your account.
Right.
Closing this shit. All I was doing is put shit in a savings account.
God, man, you can't save no money, dude. Because it's wrong in their eyes. Don't let black people do shit. It's
Oh
wrong.
my God, he had to bring up that goddamn Google card, Shabaki. He said he gonna put you in a Google card waiting list.
Shabbat call for help.
Oh God.
Immediately.
I was waiting on the Google card. I'm like, somebody's
check
gonna
your
bring up the
whereabouts.
damn Google card and leave it to Judah. Bring up the goddamn Google.
We'll be like, revolutionary down.
No, man, no, Judah, I ain't waiting on no Google card waiting list. Shit, I was to be somewhere to get hit by the motherfucking survivor where I could see their ass. Damn Google cars, man. Man, shit, man, that shit fucked my head when I saw that shit in San Francisco. I'm going behind a goddamn car, man, and I passed this motherfucker getting ready to cuss out the driver. Ain't nobody driving, the motherfucker's driving itself.
You guys got your own car, so you ain't got to worry about that. In fact, you about to fuck it up for Uber and Lyft for everybody.
Right. The Google card.
And like, don't ever get it with us, Shabaka. We don't want to know where we're gonna have to track you down because I lost your phone app.
Oh shit!
And we're watching
this shit.
We have to look.
Yeah, no, man, no. Shabaka does not ride in Google cars.
Walking away on the freeway.
Yeah, remember? Yeah, because you got the find your phone app.
Yeah, that's how we're gonna find Shabaka.
Yeah, that's it.
Where in the world is Shabaka San Corey?
Now, first place to check is shit.
Yeah, shout out to Jay Nelly for that with the Milk 74. Where in the world is Milk 74?
Yeah. What was that? What was that show? Carmen who?
Yeah,
Carmen the detective or something. Yeah, man. Yeah, you know. And I used to have some goofy ass looking motherfucker man wearing tennis shoes and a trench coat and a damn hat. Talking about where in the world is Carmen San Diego?
Shout out to Jay Millington. That shit was awesome. That was my favorite song thus far. Oh, that and the fucking Spider Look song.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember it now.
Oh my God.
Man, who is this dude, man, putting up this obscene bullshit right here?
No, he just laughing.
Yeah,
no.
Oh God,
Man, what's that? Sound like you got a lathe machine going on there, choppers of lathe and wood.
The laptop is fucked up.
Really?
Oh man.
Hot, you know, a lot of times it comes to a head a lot of times because if you think about it, God didn't put all of us in the same land. He really didn't do that. If you just look at it, he had the white folks in their area, you know, they called themselves the Neanderthals in their area.
Which
You
they
had the
are.
Africans in their area. You had the Asians in their area. You had everybody, you know, the indigenous people for the Americas was on, you know, in their area. Everybody was mostly in their area, right? Everybody, people did travel to other lands. People did talk. People did trade. Don't get me wrong. They interacted with each other, but they still went back to their homeland. See, when this, now I know other empires have tried to conquer and all this other stuff like that, right? Whether it's Rome or even these ones here, because it's still an empire. You know, I don't know why they say the Roman Empire, but you don't talk about the Western Empire you have now. 7% of the population is dominating the globe.
But here's the thing about that, though. You can't take the battery out none of these phones now. You can't take the SIM card out, nothing.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He said my GPS is off and all permissions are turned off for it. Only turn it on when I need directions. Then it's immediately turned off. The way people can hack phones,
Dude, I can't
cam,
power my
mic, and
shit off. I got a
GPS
new phone.
permissions is spooky. I agree.
I can't even power my shit off. As soon as I try to power it off, like normal, like press the power
the
button,
permissions is
immediately come up with an assistant,
Mm-hmm.
and the assistant
Do
try to
you
talk
need
to
some?
me.
No, I didn't. I didn't
I
ask
said,
for
power
your
off,
help,
bitch.
Google.
And it won't
I didn't
power
ask you
off.
for a motherfucking thing. I'm trying to turn the phone off, and you. Do
So,
you need some help?
I got a Moto G, that one of the new ones, right? I got it for. I just got it.
Yeah,
And the
Lady Tay just got a
motherfucker,
new phone.
the motherfucker said I gotta press the power and the
Mhm.
up button to power it off.
Yep, that's the way to power off. You can't take the battery out no more. You can't
Power
take the
and
back
up.
out. Nothing. Shabaka, I have
Press
a Google
power and
card
up.
drop off. You off behind.
It got the Google card dropped me off behind the Rio in the underground caves, if you like. You talking about the Rio Hotel here in Vegas?
I think so, Shabaka. He's just clowning around. And authorities can
Not gonna give you no strangers cards.
Turn your mic.
Turn
Turn on
on
your mic if they decide you're a person of interest. He's right. See,
Oh,
man, when a motherfucker go out here and buy these goddamn cell phones,
Oh, my other phone just power
yeah,
on and off.
Google Assistant is a nightmare, but it is worth it to disable that motherfucker. You right about that, Fortune thought that's something bitch be a pain in the ass.
I did not want you, Google Assistant. That bitch just be popping up.
That's why now you can't even say that it was a fantasy thought. You'd be like, shit, that hot boy statement was made. So what? Tell your shit to stop snitching on me. I can't even have an illicit thought. It's a thought crime.
Mm-hmm. Shut off the thought crimes.
Shout out to thought crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck this. Man, if we didn't need them, kind of. You know what I mean?
Google Assistant should be called a knowing needy bastard that lives in your phone. Yeah.
I'm gonna have it taped up like I have a computer tape.
Real shit. Our computer says so.
I do, and it got a little snap. You turn the camera off, right? But I got a piece of tape over the camera in case, just in case.
Just in case.
Because it catches me slipping all the time. You know, like me and Jesse or me just watching something on TV and it's just taking pictures randomly and recording shit. I'm like, man, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm not even gonna try to pretend I didn't do it or say it.
Right.
I'm like, but I will cover that shit up because I
Yeah,
don't.
gotta be careful. You know, you might get some of these savory motherfuckers that rig your shit.
Yeah, dude, my shit be doing some odd shit. Like, first of all, my old phone would just turn on and off whenever it fucking felt like it.
Yeah.
On and off.
Whenever it felt like it.
And I'd be like, what the fuck? And I've been looking at Jesse. Me and Jesse were watching a movie, and I said, Jesse, look. On. It turned on.
Yeah.
It ran through the whole shit. Sat there for about 5 minutes blinking, and then it went off.
Yeah.
And I was like, they trying to snitch on me.
Copy.
Oh, at least I know they're snitching. And there's got to be some sort of fucking
30 minutes.
You know what I mean? It's got to be something. I'm like, shit, surveillance? Who asked you to surveil?
Big Brother is always
Yeah,
watching.
for what? So you're like, for what?
No, the monitor motherfuckers, Lady J, the monitor motherfuckers. They want to know what you're thinking. That's why in this book called 1984, written by this dude,
right now.
49. Yeah, they got what they call the thought
40
police
years
on
later.
They
Yeah.
can't find nobody, right?
Yeah.
No, but
Black
they got
people want to
something
get
called
them.
the thought
Yeah.
police.
Can you imagine?
Okay. Now here's a thought crimes
Oh
against you
my
that the
God,
police
Judah,
can
you
do.
stupid. Judah said Google Assistant is great for buying kitty oil.
Damn,
Is there
man.
any left?
Damn.
Is there any left, Judah?
Oh my God.
Or just buy one because you know Diddy got a lock on him and shit. Yeah, I wonder how much the stock raised for that, for him.
It don't matter. It don't matter, Lady J, because somebody else is getting Diddy's money. Diddy ain't gonna see no revenue off of none of that shit. They're gonna try to break Diddy. But I don't think they're gonna take Diddy. They're gonna chop him down a few notches, but I don't think they're gonna take Diddy all the way out. No.
Of course, it does say Google Assistant
More than once made me look insane in public where I would just start cussing at my device. Oh, I've done that too, Fortune Talk. And that motherfucker's on kickback, man. It don't recognize it. Pull up Google Assistant and tell it, fuck you, man, and see what type of response you get.
Fuck you, Google. Fuck you, Elon.
Yeah, no. Go on there, Lady Ch, and say, fuck you, Google Assistant, and look at the response you get.
All right, I'm gonna do it right now. Do it right now.
That motherfucker gonna be putting a whole bunch of spam up in your shit. I don't know what you said, so click this and order this so I can understand. Man, Google is two words that's the universal law and principle. It's called fuck you.
Are still very real.
Now compute that shit.
All
right,
if
y'all.
you're frustrated with something, I'm open to your feedback. To report a problem, you can send feedback. They said, I'm a virtual assistant, but your words are still very real. Please keep it respectful. If you're frustrated with something, I'm open to your feedback.
Basically,
pull up Google Assistant. Pull up Google Assistant on your phone and ask Google Assistant, what does the two words fuck you mean?
Google have feelings all of a sudden? Does Google
Now
have
just see what its response is.
I am artificial technology. I have no feelings.
Yeah.
Now you want to hit me with the standard Google shit. Why does it answer my question, Google Assistant? Simple. I want to know. I want you to answer my question.
Well, if anybody recalls the old Star Trek TV series,
yes,
from the 1960s, there was an episode on there called The Changeling, where they pulled this robot on by the name of Nomad.
Yeah.
And Nomad got up there and said, I am Nomad. I am perfect.
Yeah.
And so Nomad says, is that what it is? Says that imperfection must be sterilized and eliminated, and there's no exception. And then Kirk told that motherfucker, well, Nomad, you ain't shit. And you made 2 errors and you didn't discover your error and you didn't correct your error. So motherfucker, you made 3 errors. So your ass is imperfect. And the motherfucker stand there trying to think error. Must analyze error. Faulty. That shit was funny in the motherfucker.
And what? What you gonna do about it? Are you gonna try to turn the phone off?
No.
Or you can't turn the phone off because you can't take the battery.
I'm trying to check the time or a text and assistant chimes in. Just blue deer. Here I am with some useless bullshit. Pay attention to me. Oh man, I laugh my ass off if it just started talking shit. They probably gonna program that motherfucker to do. The little droid bot starts tying his head back and bobbling his head, talking back.
I can't do this.
Oh, sassy.
Sound like Al Sharpton.
Like what
But
the
you
fuck?
won't tell me how.
The phone
So I
is smart.
can't take
Huh?
it as
I guess that's what they meant by it's smart.
So I continue to
Nah, just pull up Google Assistant and ask Google Assistant. Google Assistant, what does fuck you mean?
Yeah, ask Google about that.
Yeah, ask Google, what does fuck you mean?
Fornication
You know what?
with the king.
They don't want to talk to you. They just keep sending you random to the internet.
No, I'm gonna ask that motherfucker one day. I'm gonna ask Google, please define the words fuck you.
Oh, Google was hurt by what Lady Che
They
asked.
did ignore me. Went to ignore me for about 5 answers.
They didn't ignore her.
And then won't answer my question about how it made her feel. So, so you can see how a motherfucker can't take it seriously, right?
Right.
And so I stand by the earlier but and it's
what's the
let me know.
What's the next major topic we got? Because I'm gonna have to sign off to save this data in about 10 minutes.
Shabaka, god damn it. The next major topic is the damn Adams meeting with Holman.
Okay, which Adams and which Holman?
Eric Adams.
Eric Adams. Oh, wait, hold it. Eric Adams.
Yes, Eric Adams.
Well, at that meeting, they need to arrest that motherfucker.
He's a baby man.
So come on, mass deportations. Bring it on. And stop children. This is ridiculous. That man, he literally ran over a black child and they only sentenced him to what, 113 days and let him go?
Oh, hell no. Did the child die?
Yes.
Oh, that's manslaughter, man. Shit, you know what I mean?
Someone was to pull
that's manslaughter.
Great thing. You know, how would that look? Never mind. I mean, I answered my question. That guy
commercial, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial. You got to pay us, motherfucker. Fuck your goddamn commercial.
And Wisconsin, Shabaka, remember? Remember Daryl Brooks?
Okay, in Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Okay, that's nearby.
And then he tried to claim more sovereignty in the trial.
Hey man, give that guy a break. Effort. He fucking effort.
He tried.
Man.
What did this motherfucker say? He claimed what type of sovereignty in the trial?
That he was a Moor, Shabaka.
Yeah, he did. He tried everything and everything, man.
So he stated that he was a Moor in the trial and that the laws don't apply to him. What did the judge do besides incarcerate his ass?
They laughed at him basically.
They were talking all kind of shit.
And
put his ass back in lockup, right?
Yeah.
I think he did a great job.
Well, Lady J, if he did a great job, he wouldn't be walking in concrete. He'll be out.
Somebody who didn't know shit and had to be all by himself. He did a pretty decent job. He did. He really did. He tried to be smart and everything. I give him an A for effort, man.
For like 50, 60
white
people during a Christmas parade.
Yeah, like how many
Oh,
times
that's the motherfucker that ran over all the people last year during the Christmas parade.
It was a couple years ago.
And he tried to say that he was a Moor in court.
Yeah.
He said a whole bunch of
things. He said a whole bunch of things. One of them was that he was a Moor.
But he did a good job. For somebody who didn't know
Okay,
nothing.
hold on. Whoa. Wait a minute. He said he's a Moor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that court system don't apply to him, right?
Yep.
He tried to do that.
And his ass is still incarcerated, right?
Right.
She did have a grievance.
Yeah, schmite. Real schmite.
I'm serious, you gotta watch it.
Sound like that motherfucker had Fredo as his attorney. Man, you gotta click on that. I want to see this bullshit, man.
He fired his attorney. He was post se.
Yeah, and that's what I appreciate
So the motherfucker with him. So he went pro per for himself.
Yeah, he had to.
And said that he was a Moor.
Mm-hmm.
That was earlier.
And got convicted.
That had nothing to do with it, really. But
oh. He represented himself in court, meaning that he had a fool for a client and a jackass as a lawyer.
He was a Moor.
He was a Moor. And he got locked back the fuck up, right?
Yes, he was by himself and he did his best.
Okay. So what he did on that there, Lady Che, is that he fucked around and find out. Fuck around and find out.
He didn't kill 60 white people.
He killed 60 white people.
Yeah, he ran them over.
With his
Oh yeah,
colleagues.
that motherfucker. Yeah. Well, man, hell. Well, he washed up, man.
Well, it's like like
That motherfucker washed up, man. He threw.
Jesse
That
showed
motherfucker ain't never seen the goddamn daylight, man. They throwing that motherfucker under the goddamn jail. He threw.
Explain how he got caught. He went to a cracker's house, asked to use his phone, ate a sandwich, borrowed his jacket, called his mama, and they snitched him out.
Hey, this is the way you let Jesse.
I mean, hold it. Was this dude? Was he drunk? Was he on drugs?
Wow.
Was he on meds?
No, I think.
Or a combination of all three and just out of his goddamn rabbit ass mind?
He almost ran his baby mama over. She hopped on the car.
So what was the motive for him doing this here?
He was fleeing a domestic violence situation.
So the police was chasing his ass, so he was fleeing from the police.
The police weren't even chasing him, Sabaki. He was fleeing from this domestic situation. He ended up driving down the wrong street, ran into a damn.
So in other words, the woman drove his ass crazy then.
Yeah. In the car, he said that he claimed the car malfunctioned. The brake stopped or something.
No. Cars can't have brakes go out. It ain't a good feeling.
What I said, he turned on the wrong street, and the parade was going.
Mm-hmm.
It was the wrong street. You know that the parade was on that particular street.
Yeah.
But he knew the parade was going because everybody knows the fucking parade is going.
Yeah,
right?
It was a Christmas parade.
And he turned on the wrong street. He was going so fast, he turned on the wrong street, and then that's when the accident started. And so he tried to avoid the accident. He tried to avoid the people at first, and he couldn't avoid them. Yeah. And he ended up hitting all these people, right? And it happened to be like elders and cheerleaders,
old ass white people,
all kinds of white people, right? And he managed to get away from that situation and ditch the car to, like around the block or something, like an alley, and they took off walking. He was gone for like an hour before they figured it out, right?
He fucked up by going to that cracker's house.
He fucked up because the cracker next door saw him go over to the other neighbor's house, which was a cracker, and dimed on him because he said, "Hey, there's a black dude at my next door neighbor's house," and that's how he got caught. That's how it ended up happening.
Damn. Yeah. That
don't
be
white and have one black friend in the whole Wisconsin area. Right? Either way, that's what happened. He just dipped down the wrong street, and he was going so fucking fast to try to avoid them, and ended up
running over 50 of them.
I'd say it's 50, but it's probably less than that. It's probably 30.
They charged him with all.
They hit him with all kinds of charges.
They charged him with all the murders.
You let Jesse tell it sounds bad. That lady had it out for him from jump.
Based off of that, he'll never get out of prison.
They had it out for him.
They gave him
they took away everything.
Beyond football numbers.
They took away everything. No commissary, no nothing. Nothing. That's what I was like, why can't we do them like that? That's how this topic started.
They charged him with
Doesn't matter
20...
what they charged him with. We always think about running over white folk anyway, but look what happened. Like,
but it was an accident. He didn't purposely do it.
Everybody turned back on him instead of fucking, put some money on that fucking book. That's what we always thinking about, running over white folk all the time. Come on now, don't act like that. But in reality, I like the case. I thought it was entertaining as a motherfucker. It
was an entertaining case.
It was entertaining, it was.
Especially when he came in with the turtle suit.
Just like the Johnny Depp case.
He came in with the turtle suit, y'all. He was really trying to claim insanity.
He was, dude. He had dreads and he cut his dreads off.
Yeah, he cut his dreads off.
That's some crazy shit in there.
Damn.
That shit'll make you fucking, really act out. That shit's fucked up. Real shit.
I never stayed on it.
I have been. There's a hole in the floor and it hurts. And they get some rubber trays, rubber spoons, rubber glass. Like 8 squares of TV. Come on, man, it's a fucking horrible experience. Oh, well, they're watching right there. So yeah, it's a horrible experience. But just out of sight. If I let you tell it, of course it's a horrible thing.
That's what Fortune thought. Remember, he said he beat the brakes off his ex.
Yeah.
And then got mad. And ended up behind the parade and intentionally steered into the kids.
That's
and
what
a
they
band
say. Yeah.
and a bunch of old ladies.
Yeah. You gotta let you guys tell it. Of course it sounds like that, but it sounds all bad. The way I saw it didn't sound all bad. Just let me tell the story, goddammit.
He said, exactly, Fortune thought that's wrong. He said during the trials, he stared into them twice. And then he realized what he said and backtracked, yeah?
Right. Hey, you're allowed to make mistakes, goddammit.
He also drove almost a quarter mile over people.
Yes, he did.
This try stop it.
He did.
And then he lied and said the brakes malfunction.
They did. They have to. They proved that in court.
He also drove for almost a quarter mile over people.
Yep.
Didn't try to stop.
Bad. Just let me narrate the story, goddammit.
He ain't never getting out, cuz.
That motherfucker's screwed.
He got like a lot of fucking lights.
Yeah, they gave him like 10 life sentences, some crazy shit.
Man, that is crazy. I'll kidding aside. All kidding aside, that was a highlight of my year that day. That time, that was a highlight.
I think they gave him as much time as they was gonna give that illegal.
Don't worry, I got trials coming up. So
that killed all them people on I-70. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
They did that protest or whatever they did,
the
a petition to get his time lowered.
Yeah, they gave him 110 years.
Hell no.
And he was an illegal immigrant. He was an illegal immigrant.
This motherfucker was driving.
Then they need to execute the motherfucker.
Coming from the mountains, Shabaka, down I-70. You know how when you coming up toward Golden, you get that sharp turn when you start going downhill.
Mm-hmm.
His brakes malfunction on the work truck, and he ended up running into like 20 cars.
And it caught fire.
It caught on fire.
It wasn't 20 cars.
Yes, it was. Damn cars.
He definitely caused a lot of fucking issues.
Dude's trash. By the way, he was also a convicted sex offender.
And they protested out there like it was a big deal.
Oh, that part.
This year, 2 black people got 2 life sentences in a matter of a month.
Mm-hmm.
Was that got 10 fucking years? He got 10 years after the protest.
They just sentenced a juvenile to life.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Well, they gave him life with parole.
Right.
He's eligible for parole in 40 years.
No, he's not eligible. Like, come on, baby.
He's 17.
He's only 17 years old. He hasn't even went to the big league. He's not even done serving his juvenile time. Like, that's crazy, man. This just sounds like, you see what I'm talking about, though? Like, you see how the shit isn't equal, it's not equally geared?
Yeah.
Right? Like, and I'm making jokes
with fighting sons.
Be serious about this shit. This is fucked up.
Damn.
Like, they're getting like, you did? Well, that motherfucker could do all that 10 years.
She said the boy Daryl Brooks was a sex offender, and he said,
because the co-girl is like a younger than him.
And the prosecutor brought that up, and Brooks was an offender, and he lost his shit during the trial. Yep, he sure did.
But come on, don't say that again. But come on, the reason why he lost his shit was why did he lose it? Because they were fucking with him the whole time. They were fucking with him the whole time.
Yeah, they had it in for him. There was no good coming out of that shit.
There was the trial, the other people were over there fucking with him, bringing up some old ass shit.
He has a record. He got a record in this state, in this state, in that state, in this state. It was like, what, 5 different states they brought up.
Like 2 kids they brought. Which she didn't even take care of. So, you know what I mean? Like it's all fun and games and shit right now, because I was trying to be funny.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, you can't be funny with YouTube. So, I was trying to be
But you thought that you were the only one that was following that case.
No, I knew it wasn't. I knew it wasn't. I was just upset that everybody turned on it. But secretly, This is what we think about on a regular basis. So I was just mad that black people turned on him instead of saying, we're gonna throw a little little $10 on his books or some shit, secretly. But no, that's not what happened. Instead, it was like, man, he's stupid. He's ignorant. You don't know how to fucking man, why don't somebody help him get a lawyer? Fuck him. He's stupid. Blah, blah, blah. That's all I heard the whole time. And then you got the racists talking their shit. I was like, man, you secretly, motherfuckers, you know how many times you said, man, I don't run that back home.
If you go to the cracker's house and use their phone,
Hey,
that's
man,
where you
that
fucked
all
up.
those there? It's Wisconsin.
Talking about,
It's Wisconsin.
I need a ride. I'm lost.
I didn't know there was any other black people there.
Hey, you thought the cracker?
I didn't. So when he said I was like, look, him and that broad were beefing. They were like,
he used the cracker phone, got a sandwich, got a
no
coat.
black people in the motherfucking parade.
Called his mama. Oh my
Okay,
God.
well, 3, his mama. Okay,
Doing the
3
most.
black people.
Cuz was doing the most.
Right, that's all I thought. Hey, did you see any other black people there?
No,
okay,
it was in Waukesha. He was in Waukesha.
Yeah, so all I thought was none but white folk lived there. I was surprised he was even there. That's why I said, man, he lying. He didn't do all that. Move out the way.
Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way. No, this is 4G.
Yeah, 4G stop. Man, we can't be. I'm just playing, okay? You're making me get all into it again.
All right, I got to move to the next
well.
topic before
I can defend this case all day.
Got to bid us a farewell. So let the deportations begin.
Yeah.
Adams and Holman finally meet face to face, Shabaka.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They did. They finally met face to face, huh?
Yeah.
On everybody, we are here. We are live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. Getting a pretty late start, a very late start, but thank you all for joining me today. If you can see and hear me clearly, please drop a 1 in the live chat, and then we can get today's stream started. And as I'm waiting for the ones to come into the live chat, as usual, if you're new to the channel, I want to thank you all for joining me today. Enough on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way and the ones coming to the live chat, let's get today's show started. So, like I said, this is going to be a relatively quick one because we are getting a late start, and the way the news cycle works, this is definitely yesterday's news. But I do want to make sure that I do my due diligence to keep you guys up to date what's going on with the mass deportation efforts, and to get everyone caught up who may not be caught up on what's happening right now. So, in case you're not aware, recently, or I shouldn't say recently, yesterday, Mayor Eric Adams, the mayor of New Venezuela, met up with Tom Homan. They had a meeting. It was about a little bit over an hour long. They discussed a few things, and we're going to go through Tom Homan's interview where he talked about it, and then we're also going to start off with the press conference with Eric Adams where he addressed a few things. They didn't get into too much detail behind their plans. Obviously, there's a lot that still needs to be worked out as they're still ironing out the kinks, right, and the wrinkles and things. But that's enough of me trying to explain what Eric Adams can explain better for me. So let's jump into this right now. Let's hear what Eric Adams has to say.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. What did you ask incoming border czar Homan about his plans for his scope for deportation? What questions did you ask him about how far he wants to go with deportations, and what did he tell you?
Well, I think that what has been reported is totally distorted from what our face-to-face, eyeball-to-eyeball conversation. His goal is the same goal I have. We cannot allow dangerous individuals to commit repeated violent acts of violence in our cities across America. I've said this before, and I'm surprised the way everyone is attempting to state this is a new coming of Eric Adams. I've stated this over and over again, long before.
Nigga, please. You was the main one talking about come on in.
Well, he did.
Yeah, exactly. And then that motherfucker did not do shit for black people. And then I remember when a bastard was inaugurated, black folks was asking, what you gonna do for us? And he was a straight zombie.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Did he take away Diddy's key to the city? Do you know if he took away Diddy's key to the city?
I'm still thinking about it.
Because remember, a year prior, he got a key to the city. And then a year
Oh,
after,
yeah, Diddy did, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they gave P. Diddy the key to the city. And then they said they wanted to get that motherfucker back.
he went all the way down to Columbia, said, "Don't come here no more. We can't get you in New York City no more." And they put the sign. Eric Adams is a xenophobe.
In English, in another country.
In Columbia, they went all the way down to Columbia with these signs. He hates illegals. He hates migrants. They had whole signs. Remember, Shabaka, we covered our third season.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got archives on all this shit, y'all. So when he talk about, oh, y'all act like I'm a new Eric Adams, nigga, now you want to act brand new after the demo on your ass and put all the charges on you.
Yeah, motherfucker sick, man.
This is Officer
Adams. Well, it's 41 degrees here.
Oh, that's nice and chilly for y'all.
Yeah.
For this election, that this right, a privilege to live in this country, and those who want to commit acts of violence, they are violating that privilege.
I like how he altered that when he said, you have a right. I mean, it's a privilege to live in this country. That was a good correction that he made right there. It's not a right for people to be crossing over the border illegally and then just taking advantage of resources and getting free housing, free money, free everything, right? While just kind of just spitting in the face of American citizens. It's not a right, it's a privilege. So that was a good correction on his part. Let's carry on.
And they still get privileges when they kill these. This Black Panthers get privileges when the police murdered them.
The night
got hit upside the head with that rocket
request from the city in order to work with you.
Man, fuck Eric Adams.
His desire is clearly, again, what my target area is. And what I've learned also from sitting down with him and a representative from the Biden administration that was there in the meeting as well, we have 500,000 children who had sponsors in this country that we can't find. We can't find them. We don't know if they're doing child labor. We don't know if they're doing sex crimes.
And nigga, we still got 64,000 black women missing from 2019.
And men.
That part.
About.
And men.
We don't know if they're being exploited. 500,000 children. There's a level of hypocrisy that everyone that states they want to protect everyone, but innocent individuals or victims of crimes and children. I want to support and protect children and innocent people that are victims of crime. And those who don't understand that, it's not up to me to try to convince them. I know what my job is, my goal is, and I was clear of that while running and when I became mayor. Safety means everything to me. 500,000 children, we don't know where they are right now in this country.
And that's on Biden's watch. And to the degree that there's blood involved, that blood is on Biden and Harris's hand.
Will New York remain a sanctuary city, and will you do anything to repeal any of the work that the de Blasio administration did to limit interactions with ICE and other immigration officials?
New York remaining a sanctuary city is determined by the city council. They told you what their positions, what their position is. I'm going to try to attempt to use my executive orders to go after dangerous people who are committing violence acts against migrants and asylum seekers and long-term New Yorkers and undocumented immigrants. No one should be a victim of a crime in the city, and particularly violent crimes. And I said that over and over again. I'm going to continue to stand by that.
Marsha?
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if you could detail exactly the kind of cooperation the NYPD will be giving to federal officials in your quest to rid the city of the violent criminals that you talk about.
We need to unravel all of these rules and procedures and laws and all of these rules and procedures. We need to unravel them and get clarity on what we could do and what we can't do. About 170 crimes currently allow us to communicate and collaborate with ICE after a conviction. We need to examine them and see what, again, my authority using executive orders to ensure that I keep New York.
You're right about that. He said nobody talks about the numbers coming in from India and China.
Exactly.
It's just,
and it seems like Mexico has just become old news. Yeah. Yeah, house nigga, boy, I tell you, they dangerous.
New York is safe. That's my only goal. I cannot make it any clearer, and so if pursuing that goal means that my years and years of advocating for immigrants that are here attempting to find the American dream, if that demonizes me, then I'm gonna take it. But I'm gonna save lives in this city.
Were approved actually during the de Blasio administration. Do you feel that since it was approved during the de Blasio administration, that you have the authority to enforce them now, to let NYPD officials enforce them with ICE officials now, so that you can begin doing what you just said you wanted?
Let me tell you one of the challenges that we're having. Currently, you could have one of these dangerous Venezuelan gangs that are here. They can be in real active investigation into some of the criminality that they're doing. There's a lack of clarity that can we assist in preventing the act from taking place. That just makes no sense to me. And I don't know why we want to ignore the fact that there is, from some of these dangerous Ecuadorian gangs we saw on Long Island, the dangerous gangs that we saw coming from other regions, we have an obligation and responsibility to keep people safe in the city. And all law enforcement should play a role in that. All law enforcement. And we should not handcuff law enforcement for carrying out that job. And I think that this entire narrative has been hijacked. There's a great level of distortion. People are trying to push their own agenda. I have one agenda. I've never lied about the agenda. I've never been, slick about my agenda.
Again, nigga, please. Oh my God. Fortune Thought said 2 countries with the largest numbers of tech crimes and wire fraud related incidents and scams are China and India. Yep. And they are at the top of the list for recent influx from 2019 to May of this year.
Yeah. Yeah. Tech crimes, yeah. And them criminals is good. Yeah, I would imagine that there, Fortune Thought.
No, that's why the dump said he coming after them first. He going after the Asians first. He go Asians first. Then he gonna go after the other groups. But he said he gonna go after them first.
Then when is he gonna start coming after Collard?
Oh shit. That's we're the first deported, the last to get visa. So
yeah. Damn.
It has beaten several Latin countries for migration. Why aren't they talking about that? I know, because you got Vivek Bass Salami, you got Cap Harris.
Yeah, because them motherfuckers are going to be sneaking in their relatives if they ain't got them here already on some bullshit.
Why they cooking collard greens or cleaning collard greens in the bathtub?
Greens in the bathtub, yeah. So what else is this trick
New York
talking
is
about?
safe. And it doesn't matter if they are documented or undocumented, because some of the criminal aspects in this city are preying on migrants, asylum seekers, and undocumented, and so many levels. And this is not about protecting just certain part. Everybody, everyone in this city should be protected and should not be the victims of violent crimes. And that was the conversation I had with the border
from
czar.
Calcutta
We
about
shared that
hello.
same belief,
This is
and we're going to
Jeff,
pursue
sneaky
that same
motherfucker.
belief. And I'm looking forward to that
Yeah,
pursuit.
boy,
Thank
just
you.
thought I got some of them bullshit calls
Now,
from the
what I
motherfuckers too.
didn't know up
I always get the ones with the customer service, like when I was with Metro PCS or Metro by
Yeah.
T-Mobile, they would always give me a motherfucker from India.
Yeah, I'm calling from India.
What HR problem?
Documented or documented doesn't matter. I thought one meant illegal.
Right. Right. We just lost the paperwork. Oh, we just misplaced our paperwork. We don't know where it is.
Yeah, all this bureaucracy and shit. And fuck Eric Adams. Fuck Karen Brass. Fuck London Bridge.
Yeah, and I figured that's what you
Fuck
meant.
Brandon Johnson.
Oh shit, we went over that fast yesterday.
What, the undocumented of documented?
Yeah. Documented. Documented.
So you documented all these undocumented motherfuckers, huh?
I gotta finish
okay.
Just more to the speech.
up until this point was that now there's apparently a new Ecuadorian gang. I think he said that's in Long Island. So we've gone from new Venezuelan gangs, right, in Trinidad to new Ecuadorian gangs. So we're having all of these new South American gangs popping up in the country that wasn't once here. And like I've said before, and people kind of feel a way about it because, you know, I guess some of us have some sort of a pride in, I guess, you know, the gangs that we have that are American gangs, and we want to feel like, you know, nobody's going to step on us in our gangs, which is a position that I don't hold because I don't support gangs at all on any level. But nonetheless, to bring it back to the point that I want to make is that these South American gangs
because that's the biggest
are significantly more vicious and significantly more brutal than American gangs. And we're watching them now starting to pop up and spread like cancers across the country. So if we don't get on top of this the way that we're supposed to a large degree, like it's to a degree, it's somewhat too late to a degree. But if we're not on top of it the way that we need to be on top of it, with the way all these new gangs are forming in the country, then we can very well get to the point to where it is legitimately too late. Legitimately too late. Now, that's something that I'm going to have to look into more, those Ecuadorian gangs that he was talking about in Long Island, because like I said, I didn't know about those. But yeah, this is what's happening by way of Harris's and Biden's open border policies. We have a host of new Latin American, South American gangs popping up all over this country like tumors, spreading all over your body. This is insanity. Now, what I want to do next, let me remove this off the screen and focus back on me for a second. What I want to do now is that I want to get into Tom Homan's response, right? He was on Sean Hannity the same day that he met with Eric Adams. And he spoke about his meeting with Eric Adams. And he said a few other interesting things, or I think it was Sean Hannity who highlighted a couple other interesting things concerning J.B. Pritzker seemingly coming around to somewhat seeing the light. And I do know what J.B. Pritzker said, but he seems to somewhat be seeing the light concerning wanting to communicate.
And just in case y'all don't remember what J.B. Pritzker said, he said, "Gonna come through me."
Gang culture have more rules. I've been to South America several times. They will hack into somebody's arm from behind with a machete, and after that, and after they fall, they say, "Give me your money." No bullshit. Yeah, well, man, you got parts of Los Angeles, California like that, sir.
Machete cut? They're not the only motherfuckers.
Straight brutality.
Straight brutality.
Trust me, they're not the only motherfuckers.
No, they're not the only
I
ones.
mean, ask your girl, right?
Oh my God, Lady Che got a machete.
Like, for real, I don't be home without it. You're not the only motherfucker that can wield a machete. You're not the only motherfucker that can throw acid or fucking light a motherfucker up. Not the only one that knows how to get down like that. It like, not the only motherfucker they knows, you know what I mean?
Right.
All right, y'all, I'm out. Okay, I'll give you a call tomorrow, Brother Che.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Shabaka.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, thank you for having me. Okay.
Americans get just as dangerous because we just ain't really provoked yet or find a reason to get involved. Yeah, so
Kate, and work alongside with Tom Homan also. But before we get too ahead of ourselves concerning that, JB Pritzker saying that he's willing to work with Tom Homan, I want to jump into this quick video clip right here. Let me pull it up on the screen for you guys.
Black gangs, yes, that's why black gangs originated. Now the other gangs, like the Irish, the Italians, all of them, they started for different reasons. But our gangs, like the Crips, the Bloods, the BDs, the GDs, they started by what you just said. Spawned from locals defending their set or neighborhood. Down there, it's 100% driven by quick cash, crime, and sex. Yep.
They act like they're making it sound like they act like they're the only danger. They don't realize that Americans can get just as gritty, if not worse, when provoked.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So they act like that. Oh my God, they wielded a machete. These motherfuckers. They're not the only one. They can fucking be quick with a motherfucking blade.
Right.
Or a stick.
Mm-hmm.
You and your friend can catch it. You know what I mean? They're not the only one.
Right.
I don't like guns.
Get you a fucking
But I love motherfucking stick
baseball
warfare.
bat. A Louis Buzz.
No, sticks.
Shit, I used to carry a goddamn baseball bat, a thumper, stick,
fancy pants,
a knife, a gun. Look good trying to fuck with me.
I like to start with feet and hands first.
Yeah.
That's always my favorite, to feet and hands first. Nobody likes to do that anymore, which is sad.
It is sad. It is really sad, Lady Chan.
Wait, what's the next one?
It's the same one.
Of what Tom Homan stated concerning his meeting with Eric Adams. So let's jump into this very quickly. And I hate when it looks like
which is the slums butted up against the rich parts, so there's no safe spots. Mm-hmm.
Keep your head on a swivel, man.
America, you know what hoods you don't belong in. In Brazil, the hood is Brazil. That part.
Yeah.
That part.
Yeah. You won't know till you get down there either. You can't.
Like that. And thank you all who are supporting the channel. I will be reading the super chats at the end of the stream. Let's get into this right now. It's about 5 minutes long, but I'm only going to play the first 2 minutes of it.
What if I told you this was the last ad you would ever see? Still here?
Reaction. Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan. Not exactly the guy that I would think that you'd have an alliance with. How did it go today?
It went great. Look, I sat down with the mayor for well over an hour. He gets it. And today he proved that as the mayor of New York City, he's more concerned with public safety than politics. I wish the mayor of Chicago and San Diego City Council and Governor Pritzker, I wish they'd all take a page out of the Mayor Eric Adams' playbook, because the ex-cop came out of him today. He really cares about public safety, and he's putting politics aside. He wants to help ICE take criminal threats off the street. He wants to help ICE look for national security threats. He wants to help ICE find over 340,000 missing children, which many of them are going to be in the city. So a great meeting, and hats off to the mayor for coming to the table and working with us.
Do you have any other meetings planned with any other Democrats at this time?
No, I don't. But I'll tell you this: ever since it's been announced that I met with Mayor Adams, several other mayors, and I can't speak out. I don't want to give it up right now because I haven't called them back. But I've been contacted by a couple other mayors. Even Governor Pritzker, I saw in the paper today, he's willing to sit down. So I think what Mayor Adams did today is not only good for New York City. I think it's going to be a domino effect. I'm hoping that some of the mayors come forward after seeing the success we had today.
Before we get into the next question that he's going to answer, what's interesting about what he just stated concerning Eric Adams is the same thing that happened at the top of the migrant crisis when Eric Adams first started speaking out against the Biden administration as it pertains to the Biden administration not doing enough, right, as it concerns that. Obviously, as we all know how that worked out, he spoke out against the Biden administration. He told the truth about the Biden administration. And then after telling the truth about the Biden administration and the migrant crisis, all of a sudden he found himself with Fed charges. But then what that also led to as well is that it opened the door for other mayors and governors to be vocal concerning their need for assistance.
Right, Fortune Thought said is, here, if you spend any time in the streets, you know the rules.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't belong, you don't belong.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's real shit.
Mm-hmm.
From the federal government, and it's looking like Eric Adams is having the same effect as well, as he has come out being very blunt and very open concerning the fact, or considering the fact that he's going to, I should say, about the fact that he's going to be working with the Trump administration, not warring with the Trump administration, and then now openly coming out with the fact that they've had this meeting, so on and so forth. It looks like that it's slowly now opening the door and making other DNC mayors who are cowards and makes them feel a little bit better and a little bit more at ease, saying that they now want to work with Tom Homan. So this is now the second situation here, an instance here, where Eric Adams has taken all of the arrows essentially for all the other DNC mayors and governors to now get a backbone and say, okay, we want this, we need that, we can't have this, we can't have that. And now in this particular case, work with Tom Homan. There is one more thing that I wanted you guys to hear in this video, but unfortunately this thing reset, and I hope it's not going to play an ad. Let's see, give me just a second. Jesus Christ. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is that we're gonna skip this part right here. We don't, it's whatever. The question that was asked following that question was Sean Hannity asked him, does he expect to hear from Gavin Newsom? And he said, I don't expect to hear from Gavin Newsom, but I am willing to work with him if he's willing to come around. But he doesn't see Gavin Newsom coming around anytime soon. Gavin Newsom is extremely hard-headed, kind of the same way that Brandon Johnson is extremely hard-headed as well. But someone who is somewhat coming around is JB Pritzker, to a degree, kind of a little bit. He's still trying to put the front on for his constituents, but as it pertains to him stating he's willing to work with Tom Homan, or at least have a conversation with him, this is precisely what he had to say. So let's get into this right here. Let's jump into what JB Pritzker had to say concerning Tom Homan. But I wouldn't expect too much out of Pritzker, honestly, if I was everybody. Illinois Governor JB Pritzker says he will protect nonviolent, non-citizen migrants in the state. Earlier this week, President-elect Donald Trump's border czar Tom Homan was in Chicago Monday evening. He said if elected officials don't get out of the way, they could be prosecuted. Hopefully they will be. Wednesday, Pritzker downplayed those comments, and I quote, "I'm open to a dialogue with him," Pritzker said of Homan. So that's when he made that statement. But I will say that he does not have the authority to do the things that he has talked about. Being a border czar is not an official position, so he's still being defiant. He's still being defiant. But as we continue to read this, you're going to see really a lot of this, in my opinion, with him being defiant. It's just kind of grandstanding. It's grandstanding, and you're going to see why in just a moment. Pritzker said Pritzker said violent criminal non-citizens should be deported and never allowed, but will stand up for asylum seekers and other undocumented residents of the state. And I quote, "Let me be clear up front. Violent criminals who are undocumented and convicted of crime should be deported," Pritzker said. "I do not want them in my state, and I do not think they should be in the United States." This is a huge 180 turn from his original stance, which was just no deportations at all. Because what I think is happening here, as we've seen with Governor Kathy Hochul, right? And now we're seeing with Pritzker, where at one point they were just being defiant douches. They're still defiant douches, but they're understanding what's actually happening out here and how the history is already being written, that if this mass deportation effort is a failure, it is very clear and obvious it's because of them, who are intentionally and deliberately standing in the way, putting up roadblock after roadblock after roadblock to do something as simple, basic, and common sense as getting rid of the actual criminals within the illegal immigrant population. That defies logic, putting roadblocks in front of that, right? It defies logic to say we don't want criminals being deported. So now you're all seeing them slightly change their tune, because currently in this moment, they are losing the PR battle currently. Why? Because Trump, the election just ended, what is it, about a month ago now, a little over a month ago. Obviously, as we all know, over half the population support mass deportation, and Donald Trump completely annihilated Kamala Harris in the election, getting the popular vote and the electoral college votes. So what does that mean? That means that this is what the citizens of the country want. And the last thing that Governor Kathy Hochul and also JB Pritzker want is to mess around and lose their seats as governor, or fall out of favor with the American public overall as it pertains to achieving higher office, by standing directly in the way of Tom Homan doing a common sense move first, which is getting rid of the criminal element of the illegal immigrant population. Once again, standing in the way of that and essentially harboring criminals, that's just psychotic. And that's how they look right now. These DNC mayors and governors, they currently look extremely psychotic when you have Holman and the gang saying, we want the illegal immigrant criminals, we want the gang members, we want the cartel. And you have people like Pritzker, Newsom, and Hochul saying, no, you can't have the illegal immigrant gang members. You look crazy. So once again, they're losing the PR battle right now. And that's why we kind of see them currently coming around. Let's round this article out as we're getting ready to close things out. I'm going to jump in another article afterwards, because in San Diego, the city of San Diego here in California, it doesn't look like anybody over there is coming around anytime soon. They're just psychotic. Pritzker said he will stand up for those here undocumented who are not violent. Asked if he would work with immigration officials in a Trump administration, Pritzker said yes. Once again, they're cracking a little bit. They're cracking a little bit. And I quote, "And I will work with, yeah, sure, law enforcement up and down, just as I do every day. Federal."
Oh, now Pritzker walking it back. Pritzker was talking all kinds of shit, yo. You gonna have to come through me.
Bad shit.
I ain't cooperating with the Trump administration. I'm not gonna work with them. Now all of a sudden. The Fortune Thought said they can't pull conviction records from most South American countries.
They can't find motherfuckers here.
So what are they gonna do? Ask them if they are a criminal or trust them. Technically, if they come illegally, that's a criminal, right?
Right.
Well, they ain't screening them at all, so. They just let him come right on in. Come on in. And Eric Adams was the main one to come on in. We took you in the Big Apple. We welcome you in the Big Apple.
Stay in our fancy, luxurious spots.
And not to mention our freaking mayor, punk ass Johnston.
Our fucking mayor too.
Come on in. It's a straight shot from El Paso. You just take I-25 north from El Paso. Like, damn, man, you telling me exactly how to get here? Racist ass cracker.
That's okay. He pushed them all out to the other cities that don't have sanctuary policy. So they're going down. Them motherfuckers are going down, like little by little. I want to see all these motherfucking drones that are by my crib finding motherfuckers.
Right.
And not profiling me.
Right.
State and local law enforcement on other matters, Pritzker says. So, like I said, he's cracking a bit, just like we saw Kathy Hochul crack a bit. The chinks are starting to form in their armor. But in San Diego, California, these folks are still wildly ignorant. And they're not learning their lesson. As we close this stream out, please hit the like button if you haven't already. And also make sure you follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. That is extremely important to circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and will be pinned in the comment section as well if you're watching the replay. Now as we bring this thing to a close, listen to this foolishness. For those of you who don't know, San Diego has now turned into a super sanctuary city, or a super sanctuary county, they're going to say here. So not just a sanctuary city, San Diego is going to be a sanctuary county, or excuse me, a super sanctuary county. Let me get it right. Super. They're going super saying with their sanctioned officials are divided over immigration policies. The division comes after the Board of Supervisors voted Tuesday, December 10th, to make the region a super sanctuary county. These people are psychotic. Officials passed a new policy by a 3-to-1 vote. The legislation prohibits the sheriff's department from cooperating with federal authorities. That includes immigration and that includes immigration and customs enforcement to deport migrants, even if they are in custody for committing crimes. Under the current state sanctuary law, there are exceptions for local and federal authorities to work together in cases involving migrants who have committed violent crimes. However, the new policy would limit this cooperation. This would prevent local authorities from alerting federal officials about individuals in custody for crimes. So at the time, prior to them voting this into law, right, San Diego County law, you could say for lack of better words, though they were, you could say, still a sanctuary county, they maintain at least some sort of common sense. To which, yeah, if you're committing violent crime, then okay, we're going to work with ICE to get you out of here. But now, because these folks are just so hell-bent on playing politics versus protecting the American people, they've now turned San Diego, the county, into a super sanctuary county, to where now on no level will they cooperate at all, even if they have a violent criminal in their possession and in custody. They will not alert ICE to get rid of the violent criminal. They would rather release that violent criminal back onto the citizen population in San Diego County. Nora Vargas, the county supervisor who introduced the proposal, defended the policy. This woman is crazy. We will not allow our local resources to be used for actions that separate families, harm community trust, or divert critical local resources away from addressing our most pressing challenges, Vargas said. Yes, the state where I live in, California, is definitely the home of the psychotic, to say the very least. And that's going to do it today with today's show, right? So I just wanted to make sure I had you guys all caught up. I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platform. And also, most importantly, please follow me on Telegram. That's so important to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. I can't stress that enough. Telegram at TD Media Group. So now what I want to do now in closing, as you all hit the like button on your way out and subscribe, is I want to go through some super chats because.
All right, Chris, thanks for that update. Fortune Thought says he'll never understand why they treat these people like they are innocent, helpless children. I know, right?
Yeah.
And they are sneaking in because they know they are illegally entering. Right.
And they're doing it.
They're doing
now
it
towards the
purposely.
end. Like mass sneaking in.
This is unrelated and immature, but if you're gonna do a green screen fake background, why not go bigger? He talking about TD. Dude was picking his background and said, floor tile, perfect. I'm gonna hop off of here. Y'all take care. Good luck with your tooth, man. That shit is no fun. Thank you, Fortune Thought.
Thank you, Fortune Thought. Be well.
Okay, that's TMZ is on. Okay. All right, so what are your thoughts on this lady chick?
About her motherfuckers sucking up to Tom Homan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's to be expected because Trump means what he says, and Tom Homan is just the motherfucker to enforce the shit. And he what secretly, I think he's just hoping nobody walks it back so he can put motherfuckers in jail. He just needs one good example to get everybody on board. And I'm praying that it's Denver.
Yeah.
Just to put him in jail,
Me
just
too.
for the fuck of it. Just cause. And give him a lecture too on the way out. Because either he'll be over there protesting himself on the steps. I pray that Johnson pushes that button.
Oh God, Johnson's stupid ass.
I'm praying. But 90% of the time, he's probably just back down and kiss ass.
He better not ban the damn flavored tobacco.
I'm gonna instigate him not to buckle down, to double down on what he said. I want to see action. Goddamn it! I want to see him go to jail.
Yeah.
Just because he thinks he's tight. The thing is, I can see them. When you got a dominant white man talking to pussified motherfuckers, they're scared. They know that it's coming. Yeah, I can see them taking that route and be like, oh, well, what can we do? The thing is that Eric Adams, though, for like the last couple of months, at least the last six months, he's been avidly, talking shit and trying to, to say we can't take no more. He's been saying that. He tried, and he didn't do a good enough job because he still let motherfuckers in, and they still have rules, where they have to house everybody, who asked for it. He was still taking buses. He wasn't really sending them back like he said he was. There's a couple contradictory stories out there, so you kind of don't really know what to believe. You got to get the on this ground first-hand knowledge. But I think that he's he's walking it back because he don't want no problems.
Yeah.
And he's trying to be trying to get whatever. What is it, re-election?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, right? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Once Trump gets into office, all hell's gonna break loose on that front. But it's gonna break loose in a lot of different areas if we've been watching TD Media Group lately. Because he's kind of fucking up everything. And not he's making all kinds of hot boy statements. But it shows this season though, no one is really all that afraid of old Trumpy lately. Because everybody coming back with that back talk of, we're going to do this if you do this, So, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to find out. But I would really like to see the Denver mayor not walking back and bow down and double down and go to jail. Stand on some principles. You know what I mean? I would like to see that because, then that would show. Then I don't know what it would show, but it would be highly amusing to me
for once in this privileged shelter life.
You know, aside from that, Tom Holman seems like he's pretty entertaining, but he seems serious, and that's a good sign. You know, when somebody's serious.
Oh yeah, he means business. He's not
You
playing.
know, he's not playing. Ted Cruz can eat a dick. I heard what he said. You know what I mean? He's trying to, you know, be on Trump's side too. He can eat it. 2 fat dicks. Bro, I give a fuck.
What about Governor Bud?
Abbott.
Yep.
Abbott was the one who's shipping the migrants to everybody, telling them to take some of this shit off of them. So I see him just go ahead and stay governor. You know what I mean? Yeah. And he's probably gonna be the one pointing 2 fingers at everybody. You know, get him. Chicago though. Chicago. Shout out to Chicago. Shout out for really calling out and telling them they pray that Holman takes him first.
Shout out to Chicago Red.
Shout out to Chicago Red. Shout out to Admiral for showing us that.
And Sister Prosperity
And so,
too.
yeah. Shout out to them. Because Chicago's really stepped up for the last 2 years. So yeah, that's really good. And we should all be lucky to see that, you know.
All right, so switching gears, we got to revisit something that we touched on previously, but we get a different perspective or a more in-depth perspective on it, and that is what I realized from the Daniel Penny verdict. Fuck Daniel Penny.
Fuck Daniel Penny.
And fuck the dump for taking a photo out with his punk ass too.
Oh my god. This is the season of the white vigilante, cuz. And we just need to stay far, far away from that. Because it's real easy to get caught up in the bullshit.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Blacc, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. And I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary.
Oh, I'm sorry. I done skipped the damn situation in Chicago, and Lady J was just talking about it.
Yeah, I love Mad Blacc.
There's one more topic before we get to that. And that is, hold on, Lady J. And that's Tom Holman declares Chicago ground zero for mass deportations. Mass deportation report.
We were first.
I just love the holidays, don't you? It's the perfect time for chocolate cake and yellow cake.
Almost such a bad idea to deport the illegal immigrant who killed this good man.
Again, any person who commits an awful act should face the full force of the law.
We've had multiple stabbings in the state of Missouri at laundromats in O'Fallon, Missouri, where innocent civilians were going to do their laundry of an evening and were attacked with knives, slashed, bled, stomped upon. Should the illegals who did that, should they not be deported?
No, as I said, if you commit an offense, you should face consequences. But the overwhelming majority of the 13
We've
million
had
people
officers
here
assaulted
today
in
have
Kansas
not
City on the
committed
other side
any
of the
offense.
state who have been assaulted by illegal immigrants. One officer required over 100 stitches to the head, a police officer, earlier this year. Should the illegal immigrant who did that not be deported?
Again, they should face the consequences of the law, but they are a very small minority of the population that President Trump is promising to deport.
Well, let's talk
13
about the
million
rest
people.
of the people who you don't want to be deported. You said in an article that you wrote recently, new report shows devastating costs of mass deportation. You wrote this in October. Do you remember this piece?
Yes, that is a summary of our report.
Yeah. So in this piece, and it's also in your written testimony, you talk about how much the economy will lose if the United States actually enforces our immigration laws and deports folks who are here illegally. And I want to quote you now. You say some industries would be particularly hard hit, including construction, agriculture, and hospitality, which combined would lose more than 2.5 million workers. What's the argument here? That there aren't American workers who are available to do those jobs?
No, and as I said previously, there likely are, but the issue is that
and you don't want their wages to rise?
I think that we want to pass a path to citizenship so we can have a level and fair playing field for every American.
Why would you want American citizens and those who are here lawfully to have to compete against illegal immigrants who, by the way, are often paid not minimum wage, who are not given the federally mandated benefits precisely because they're here illegally? Why would you want to drive down the wages of millions of working Americans who can't get those jobs in construction, agriculture, and hospitality because illegal immigrants are getting them, and suppressing wages in the meantime? Why would you want to do that?
Well, if you've been here for my initial testimony, you know I don't want that.
Listen, I read your testimony word for word, and I've been watching it, and I know what the answer is. You don't actually care about working people because you're absolutely hell-bent on this ideological agenda of opening our border. You want to give everybody who's here a path to citizenship. You want blanket amnesty. You talk about mass deportations. That's your word, not Trump's. You want mass amnesty, right? It's right here in your testimony.
We want a path to citizenship for people who pass a background check, who pay a fine.
That's amnesty, who you just said there's millions of people, 13 million people. Right, 13 million people you want to dump into the labor force.
They are already
who will drive
in the labor force,
illegally. They're here,
yes,
taking jobs
so
from
let's
American
make
citizens.
it
And so,
legal
oh,
and avoid
perfect.
this.
So here's your plan. So just if you're wondering, America, here's the Democrats' plan. Take the 13 million plus illegals who are here, taking jobs from Americans, taking wages down, taking health care benefits, and bring them here legally so that they can continue to drive down wages, flood the labor force, and suppress
Senator
all of the
Hawley,
above.
they can't flood the labor force if they're already part of the labor force, which is
They
the
are
economic
flooding the
issue
labor
today.
force now. That's what's happening now. Why
The
do you think
majority
wages
have been here for over 15 years. Many millions have been
And
here
what has
since the
happened to
Reagan
working class
administration.
wages in that time, Mr. Reichlin-Melnick?
Working class
Have they gone
wages
up?
are currently going up. Yes,
Oh, really?
they
They've
have
gone up over the last 15 years?
Over the
They're
last
up?
15 years, I will have to consult the economists on that matter.
Yeah, they're down, way down. What world do you live in? Listen,
Senator Hawley,
here's the deal. The American
familiar with
people
the phrase,
just voted.
"Don't
The American
cut off
people
your nose to
just
spite your
voted.
face"?
Well, you know what? It's my time, not yours. So you're here to answer my questions, not to offer a soliloquy. And let me just end with this. The American people just got a good look at your economic program, and they voted against it. We've had an open border for the last 4 years. We have had de facto amnesty, as you yourself just said, for the last 15 plus years. It has been a disaster. People have died because of it. Wages are lower because of it. Our streets are in chaos because of it. And now you and the Democrat Party just say more of the same, more of the same. Let's double down. I would just say to you, I think that's insanity. I think it's total insanity, and the American people do too.
Now what I want to do, as we're getting the show underway and getting more into the meat of the show, I want to take a moment to kind of just highlight what Senator Hawley was speaking about concerning illegal immigrants taking jobs. I know we know and understand this all to be true already, but I just want to compliment what he was saying here right now by pulling up this video here. I thought I had it queued up. I don't, so I'm going to have to play it directly off of Twitter, which is really annoying to me. I hate playing stuff directly off Twitter, but I want to pull this up for you right now also, because many of you may remember months ago, I did a stream on what was happening in, I believe it's Grand Rapids, Michigan, where there were a host of factories over there where they were employing almost exclusively illegal immigrant children. And that was a story that surprisingly was broke by the New York Times. So many of you may remember I did that story a while back. And this employing of illegal immigrants we're seeing now, not illegal immigrants, but specifically children that are illegal immigrants, right? The employment of children who are illegal immigrants in these jobs across the country. Like I said, we've discussed it in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and is now spilling over into the state of Illinois. I want to get into this clip here. Let me pull it up for you right now. And as I'm doing it, please make sure you hit that like button as well. I would really appreciate that. And follow me on Telegram at TD Media. Let me remove this here and give me just a second. My apologies. I really wish I had already had this up, and I thought I did. But here we go. Okay, let me fix myself. And let me play this clip for you guys very briefly. Okay, let's jump into this right now.
To an ABC News exclusive today, the U.S. Department of Labor is investigating HelloFresh. It is over allegations that the popular meal kit service employed migrant children at a cooking and packaging facility here in the Chicago area as recently as this summer. The facility in question is located in Aurora on Indian Trail. It's a Factor 75 facility, which was acquired by HelloFresh in 2020. An immigrant rights advocacy group that helped report the matter says this involves at least 6 teenagers, some of whom migrated from Guatemala. They were found working night shifts at the facility, and documents apparently show that the Labor Department is also investigating whether Midway Staffing, an agency that hires employees to work at the facility, also violated federal child labor rules. A spokesperson for HelloFresh telling ABC News in a statement today, quote, "We have zero tolerance for any form of child labor, and we have taken action to ensure no minors perform work in or have access to our facilities." HelloFresh says it has terminated its relationship with Midway Staffing. Midway Staffing did not respond to a request for comments.
They all know what they're doing, everybody. They all know what they're doing when they're engaging in this type of activity, when they're hiring these illegal immigrants, and particularly illegal immigrant children over the citizen population, right? But you have on the left, as it pertains to the DNC, like the individual that we saw speaking in the middle of the Senate hearing, everybody plays stupid, like they don't know what's going on. Everybody plays dumb, but we all know what's going on, and Tom Homan and Donald Trump clearly know what's going on as well. Now, as we get back to Chicago, and we're going to dive into the meat of the stream, when it comes to the city that has had the most in terms of raw numbers, the most illegal immigrants coming to the city, it's New York City, right? But if you're talking about the most per capita, it's actually Denver. It's Denver, Colorado, who has had the most illegal immigrants come in to their city per capita. But when it comes to those with the loudest voice, the city that has the loudest voice that is actually speaking out against it, and I'm talking about citizen population, it's in Chicago. Chicago has been screaming and making it loud and clear that they want the migrant crisis to end, which it effectively has now that we have Trump entering into office. But they've been clear on wanting mass deportations. They've been clear on wanting an end to sanctuary city status. They've been clear on everything concerning getting rid of illegal immigrants in the city of Chicago. And people like, or I shouldn't say people like, but the mayor, Brandon Johnson, has done everything in his power to silence the voices of the citizen population. And he has done it in the most disrespectful and anti-democratic ways as well. You all remember at one point in time, it would get so turned up in city council meetings that the city council meetings would have to shut down. They were so jam-packed with so many American citizens in those city council meetings screaming down on Brandon Johnson. And it got so hectic, so much so to the point that Brandon Johnson and his team had to restructure the way city council meetings were done so that less people are allowed into the city council meetings, so it doesn't look as hectic and it doesn't look as if they are just being overwhelmed by the citizen population the way that they actually were. Right. But I want to get into the disrespect of Brandon Johnson. Look at this video here. Many of you may remember when I played this once before. You're going to see a woman, or you're going to hear her because she's recording at the same time while she's talking to Brandon Johnson, the emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago, by the way. She's going to basically say, hey, you're giving all these illegal immigrants housing. What about housing for us? Can we get some housing right quick? And Brandon Johnson is literally going to laugh in this woman's face. He's going to laugh in her face. Let's listen to this right now.
I want to know if he got any housing in his backyard.
I'm going to start it from the very beginning.
I want to know if he got any housing in his backyard.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm working on that too.
Sir, Mr. Mayor, you think you can help us with some housing real quick?
Real quick.
Yeah, I want you to help us the way you, because I campaigned for you and I need.
Did you hear how he just laughed in her face? Not real quick. And all his yes men started laughing at her too. Look at this. This is crazy. Brandon Johnson's disrespect is unbelievable.
I want to know if he got any housing in his
My
back.
man, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe Super Bowl. I'm working on that too. What's up?
Sir, Mr. Mayor, you think you can help us with some housing real quick?
Not real quick.
Yeah, I want you to help us the way you, because I campaigned for you and I need housing. My gas bill over $2,000. Can you help me?
I campaigned for you and I need housing. Can you help me? Brandon Johnson laughed in this citizen's face, laughed in her face. Now, there's another video that I want to pull up for you here right now, too, of an individual who was talking to Brandon Johnson to his face. And just look at Brandon Johnson's demeanor, right? Look at how he's just going to be sitting there like this while this man is talking to him. And what he's going to do is that he's going to put Brandon Johnson on the spot. He's going to put Brandon Johnson on a spot, essentially saying, look, you talk all this blackety black talk about, oh, I'm from the West Side and black men this and the black community that, but you're not walking it like you talk it. You said this stuff to get into office, but now that you're in office as a mayor, you're making money rain on illegal immigrant community while you've given nothing more than what, a little measly $500,000 to spread around different neighborhoods across the city. But you rode in on the coattails of Black Power. Let's get into this video clip right now. I want to play this for you. And once again, most importantly, look at Brandon Johnson's just demeanor and how he's just sitting here like, yeah, whatever. All right, can you hurry up already? Let's get into this.
Right. Johnson, you made promises.
Let's start it from the very beginning.
Anything right. Johnson, you made promises to people. You told people that you understood the struggle of the West Side. You understood the struggle of the black men. You understood that. Yet when you got here, it took you over a year and some change to put, what, $500,000 into a study for reparations. And yet you're going backwards. You're bending over backwards. You're cutting out other funds for the COVID relief and all of this stuff for immigrants that you don't know of, criminals who are coming over here. This is not a conspiracy. This has been confirmed. They're coming over here, breaking into stores, breaking into houses. They're coming over here and doing anything they want to do. No type of punishment. They're in and out of jail. Unlike the black boys that you said that you can relate to, that you said that you sympathize with. The only sympathy we've seen since you've been in office is to illegal immigrants who are coming over here and they're terrorizing and plaguing the community. And this is the last straw for the Democratic Party.
And it was the last straw for the Democratic Party as far as the presidential election was concerned.
When you look at flavored tobacco, not only do you have the product, but you also have the marketing. And so when you
But just to keep highlighting the point of Brandon Johnson's disrespect. Now, even in the midst of all of this, with all of this so-called Black Power talking, I'm from the West Side and so on and so forth, I just want to continue to highlight the foolishness of Brandon Johnson and how he runs Chicago before we get into Tom Homan and what this and the statements that he made. Let me play this classic for you here. Many of you remember the classic of, I don't have time to go to the border. I'll get there when I have time to, but I have a black wife that I have to attend to. And because I have a black wife, apparently that's the reason that he cannot do his job as the mayor of Chicago. Don't believe me? Oh, many of you remember this clip. Let's get into it right now.
Just to clarify, when is the team?
Soon as possible. Look, I'm still running a major city. I have children who attend schools who have soccer games, y'all. You know, you all are asking me as if I'm not a parent in this city. I get it. I'm mayor. I get it. But you're asking me to give you a date and I have to court. Do you understand that you have not had a mayor like me? I get that. I have a wife. I have children. They have schedules. And plus, we still have public safety that we have to address. We still have the unhoused that we have to address. I still have a budget that I have to address. And I'm doing all of that with a black wife raising 3 black children on the west side of the city of Chicago. I am going to the border as soon as possible, but I got to coordinate that with running the government and making sure that my wife and children are secure as well. Thank you, Lawrence.
Can you?
I mean, I'll get to the border when I get to the border. I got a black wife and that's holding me up right now. I got a black wife and black children on the west side of Chicago, and I can't do my job as mayor because of that. That's why I can't do my job as mayor. unbelievable. This is the man who was elected as mayor of Chicago. So clearly, this man doesn't care to listen to anybody as it pertains to the citizen population of Chicago. He doesn't care to listen. He doesn't care what you all have to say. But there are some people who care, right? They do care about what you have to say, and they clearly have been listening. And that is Tom Homan and President-elect Donald Trump. This entire time, when the people of Chicago were turning up, getting on Brandon Johnson's neck, and Brandon Johnson is running around out here, not listening, disrespecting the citizen population, laughing in your face, changing the rules of city council meetings so that makes it harder for the citizen population to get into a city council meeting. And many times, you all remember, I used to say this over and over again a couple months back. It was easier for an illegal immigrant to cross the border than it is for a Chicago citizen to get into a city council meeting. While he was dismissing all of you, Holman and Trump were listening. Holman and Trump were listening while he was dismissing you all. And I want to get into that right now. I want to jump into this article really quick. As you can see here, Tom Homan, President-elect Trump's border czar, says deportation plan will start in Chicago. Let's get into this very quickly. And then I want to get into the video clip of Tom Homan delivering a speech when he was in the city. The man President-elect Donald Trump picked as new border czar appeared in Chicago Monday night and made a bold promise. Tom Homan was a guest at a holiday party hosted by the Law and Order PAC and the Northwest Side GOP Club. And I quote, "Chicago's in trouble because your mayor sucks and your governor sucks." That's a direct quote from Tom Homan. In Chicago, he told Brandon Johnson, "You suck." And he told the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, "You suck." Holman said President-elect Trump tapped him to run the biggest deportation operation the country has ever seen. And he said that operation will begin in Chicago right after President-elect Trump is inaugurated for his new term on January 20th. Holman's opening line did not seem to open the door to collaboration, but minutes later, Holman asked both Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor J.B. Pritzker to come to the table to help with the biggest deportation operation in U.S. history. And I quote once again, "We're going to start right here in Chicago, Illinois. If your Chicago mayor doesn't want to help me, he can step aside," Holman told the crowd. "But if he impedes us, if he knowingly harbors or conceals an illegal alien, I will prosecute him." And I hope that happens. I really hope that happens. January 21st, you're going to look for, January 21st, you're going to look for a lot of ICE agents in your city looking for criminals and gang members. Holman said, "Count on it. It will happen." U.S. Representative Delia Ramirez addressed the proposed plans for mass deportations during an interview with CBS News Chicago, Dana Kozlov. And I quote, this is what Ms. Ramirez had to say. What he's saying, let's break out the small violins. Let's break out the little violins now. She said, what he's saying is invoking the same kind of fear that I've been seeing in Committee of Homeland Security for the last 2 years, Ramirez said. Of course, they're going to try to target communities that understand, like Chicago, that immigrants have contributed to our economy. In the state of Illinois, we protect our immigrant communities. I want to speak to this point right here that she's saying. I want to speak to this, that the proposal that Tom Homan is putting forth is evoking fear in the illegal immigrant community, right? I want to speak to that because this fear that she's speaking of is something that's actually welcomed by the Democrat Party. It's welcomed by Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker. Before I highlight on that more and build on that more, what I want to do now is actually play the video of Tom Homan giving his speech while in the city. I want to play that for you right now. And I want you to listen closely at what he is getting ready to say, right? And as he's speaking, there's going to be a lot of things that he says that we've heard before, you know, the whole get the hell out of the way line and all that stuff. Bear with that in the beginning and pay attention to what he says getting closer to the end. And I want to really harp on what he says at the end, because I really want you guys to understand the play that the DNC is getting ready to run. So let me pull this up on the screen for you guys right now. Let's get into what Tom Homan has to say. And as we're doing that, please, once again, hit the like button if you haven't already. Please subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Please do that as well. If you're watching me on Twitter, retweet this stream. And also Telegram. I cannot beg you all to follow me on Telegram enough at CD Media Group to circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below, and pinned in the live channel will be in the comment section as well. Let's get into what Tom Homan had to say.
We are Spectrum.
Spectrum not only impacts local communities.
Because I want to send the mayor a message.
He said, I'm in Chicago because I want to send the mayor a message. Let's take it from the top.
I'm in Chicago because I want to send the mayor a message that wants to stand in my way. Going to stand in my way, we'll do it without you. But I'm not going to blame the law enforcement officer.
Oh, cuz Fortune left, but he wished me good luck with my tooth on his way out, but he's no longer here, so I don't think he's seen a message.
Officers, 99% of the cops want to remove public safety threats from their neighborhood. President Trump's been clear, so haven't I. We're going to prioritize public safety threats without a gate. What elected mayor, elected governor does not want public safety threats out of their communities? And I can't believe this governor saying the things, your governor and your mayor saying things they're saying, but like I said on Fox many times, either they help or get out of the way, because we're going to do it. And here's what I was sharing with a couple years earlier. The mayor says he wants to protect the immigrant community. That's a bunch of bullshit. Because if you think about the facts of the matter is, sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. That is true. When you release an illegal alien out of your jail back in the community, do you think the victim and witness that crime wants them back? Because they'll say, we got a sanctuary status, we want victim and witness of alien crime be free to come to us without the fear of working with ICE.
Nah, I ain't got no pain meds right now. I just been drinking on a Southern Comfort and doing what Lady Che and Fortune Thought told me to do before he hopped off. Drinking this salt water. Got not an ice pack, but a heating pad on my face where the tooth is. So it's been helping a little bit. I'm gonna have to go to the dentist this week and get this shit checked out.
The victim and witness of crime don't want the bad guy back to the neighborhood. If you go to the immigrant community and ask one simple question, would you rather have ICE in your jail or in your community? What do you think they're going to say? In the jail. Because even though they're here illegally, the vast majority are, God-fearing family people. They don't want someone convicted DUI 10 times in their neighborhood. They don't want a predator in their neighborhood. So I can't believe the position of this mayor that he would not help us lower the crime rate in Chicago. Not every criminal in Chicago is an illegal alien, but many are. Let us take those out of Chicago and out of the country. It certainly will help the safety and security of this city. But here's what's going to happen. What's going to happen, he's going to not assist us. They're going to keep me locked out of the Cook County Jail because we're not allowed in Cook County Jail. And here's what's going to happen. When he releases a bad guy in the community, I got to send a whole team to find that guy. And I'm going to find him. And when we find him, there's going to be others. Others that aren't a priority, others that aren't criminal aliens, others that aren't public safety threats, you're just here illegally. And guess what? They're coming too. Because unlike the Biden administration, I'm not going to tell immigration enforcement officers, when you see an illegal immigrant standing in front of you, turn around and walk away from them. They're going to arrest them. They're going to enforce the law. So what the mayor is forcing me to do is go in a community where more non-priority illegal aliens will be arrested. He's getting the exact results that he's bitching about. So do the right thing. Step up. Help us with the criminal aliens. Let us take those public safety threats up. When we get to the non-criminals, you don't have to help me. We don't have to do it. We do it very well. But when it comes to public safety threats, don't release the guy back in the community because it makes it unsafe for my officers now have to knock on their door where they have access to who knows what weapons. It puts the immigrant community at greater risk of crime. It puts the alien at greater risk. Let us arrest the bad guy in the safety and security of the county jail. What the hell is wrong with that? And finally, I've been sending another message to him. You cannot help, but if you impede us, if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from my officers, you will be prosecuted.
Did you catch what he was saying at the end? And that's what I really want to harp on in closing. I really want to harp on this in closing as we're wrapping things up. Just look at this here, right? Look at this article here. Mass shooting, including police officer shot in Cicero, Illinois, after Venezuelan transnational gang member had been arrested by ICE. I'm not going to waste time getting into this article and reading it right now. But just in a nutshell, you had a suspected Tren de Aragua gang member that's out here shooting stuff up. But Holman is saying, look, you're going to create the very situation that you say you're trying to avoid, and that all Democrats say they're trying to avoid. All you have to do is let us into your prisons. We're not even trying to hit the streets, because as we're chasing down the quote bad guys, if we're going after them in the street, it leaves open the opportunity for situations like this to happen to ICE agents, to where they're finding themselves being shot at and things of that nature. So they're not really trying to patrol the streets, looking for the bad guys, when they can just get led into Cook County Jail and jails across the country. And you could just hand them over to us peacefully and we can go on our way. But as Holman said, if you're forcing us to hit the streets to look for the quote bad guys, then when we're knocking on doors, and we're checking paperwork, if we find whoever it is that might not be engaging in crime, they could be living a peaceful life, just working whatever job they're working, but their paperwork isn't in order, guess what? They're getting deported, because those ICE agents are not going to pass them up while looking for the quote bad guys. So the very situation that you say you're trying to avoid, you're creating, because that's literally what the Democrats want to happen. They don't want any of this to occur in an orderly fashion, as they've been discussing. You first start with the criminals of the illegal immigrant population, and then from there, you move forward and you start going after those who have had their day in court. The judge found that their claim for asylum was fraudulent, and now they have a deportation order on them. Just like those who are engaged in criminal activity, right? Those who have had their deportation order placed on them, going after them and snatching them up, it's all legal. There's nothing to talk about, because you literally have a deportation order on your jacket, and we know who you are because the judge saw you and said you got to get out of here, but then you fled, right? They are doing everything possible to disrupt the mass deportation efforts and to make it as chaotic as possible, because they want the storyline of the mother being ripped out of the house and her child not knowing what to do. They want that. They want the illegal immigrant tears to be flowing in the streets of children saying, where's my mom, where's my dad, so on and so forth. The Democrats are literally creating, as Tom Homan stated, they're creating the very scenario that they say they don't want to happen, because you literally could avoid all that if you just let Tom Homan go into the prisons and just get the bad guys that are already in the prisons. And whenever you get a new bad guy, just call us up and we will be right there. But if you're not allowing us to do it, you're forcing us to go into the streets. And as Homan said, when we hit the streets, and we find that man or woman, mother, father, uncle, grandma, grandfather, it doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter how long you've been in the country, doesn't matter how many kids you have. If we find you as we're looking for these bad guys and your paperwork isn't in order, which means that you're a fugitive who entered the country unlawfully, once we find you, we're snatching you up. And I promise you, MSNBC, CNN, and all these other garbage DNC networks are going to be running those stories on Hyperloop. Now, when it comes to stories of illegal immigrants taking the lives of citizens, they're quiet. They act like this stuff isn't happening. But you just wait for this mass deportation effort to get underway. Once again, in closing, as I round it out, because they are creating a hostile situation in which they're forcing ICE agents to hit the streets to look for the bad guys, you're going to see so-called moms and dads getting snatched up and the kids are crying and so on and so forth. And MSNBC, CNN, and all these other news outlets, oh, they're going to have a field day with it. They're going to have a field day with the very situation that they themselves have created. That's why I go so hard with this mass deportation, information that I put forth. That's why I go so hard with it, because it's important that we counter essentially the propaganda that they're creating so that they can report and push forward and pretend like something xenophobic is happening, something wrong is happening, when actually, what actuality what's happening is those who are unlawfully in the country and who are now literally fugitives are being removed accordingly, because that's what's supposed to happen when you're a fugitive on the run who have crossed the border unlawfully. And with all that being said, that does it for today's show. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you're new to the channel and you like what you heard here, please make sure you hit the subscribe button on your
Crickets, cuzzo, crickets. Yeah, make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News as well. Yeah, so shout out to Tom Homan for letting it see known that this Nazi shit will not be tolerated no more. They got to go. They got to go. Got to go. It looks like he's gonna follow through with that. So we will definitely keep y'all updated on that. Lady Chase stepped away, so yeah. Lady Che. She's in the bathroom. Okay. Yeah, so it looked like Chicago is ground zero. In New York, LA, apparently San Diego, and Denver. He said we've had the biggest influx in the past year out of all the cities. This is ridiculous. Some mugs, every time I turn around, I see them damn mugs. Every time I step outside my door, I see nothing but endless. So, and they still window washing, cuz they still out there. I seen them earlier window washing. I'm like, oh my god, they was on Carl Boulevard still doing that shit. God damn. Yeah, me too, cuz I'm ready for them to go. January 21st can't come no quicker. 2025. I'm on mass deportations. Right, Lady Chase on her way back. Lady Chase, the video just ended.
What?
The clip just ended.
Okay. I'm getting there.
Okay. Okay. What are your thoughts on Tom Homan declaring Chicago ground zero for mass deportations?
Sad we were first, but hey, we're on the list. So I'm excited. And the people of Chicago, you know, they want his ass out.
Mm-hmm.
They're tired of his ass.
Yep. And
So-
rightfully so.
One good example, and it's on the cracking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I'm kind of with it. Definitely with it.
Yeah, Jay Millie Cuzzo said he was ready for them to go too.
Tell them we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cause I don't know if he was here, but we was I was fucking with Shabaka. I was like, where in the world is Shabaka saying Corey? And I was singing it like how you was singing where in the world is Milk?
That shit kept me going for 2 whole months.
Yeah.
That was one of the best Jay Millie songs yet.
Mm-hmm.
One of them. He's had a few.
I was cracking up.
It's still funny. It's still funny. I had to I got unsubscribed. I'm like, no, he didn't. No milk ass.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. As a matter of fact, I don't even want to say it out loud. I'm probably like bad juju.
Cuz said he got more. He got many more.
I know. I can't say no. Oh man. I had something to talk about too, Jay Militant.
Hey, Mac 285's in the building. Peace, Mac.
You remember that rap off that old boy had?
Who
Yeah. Remember that rap off?
Yeah.
I really regret not getting in on that. Right?
The challenge.
The challenge, right? Because old boy did Terrence Robert did 4.5 hours of straight stitches.
Straight up snitching.
Straight stitching for 4.5 hours, first and last name.
Mm-hmm. He used both hands. Like Mount Westmore said.
I was like, this is all that's funny. Oh my god. 4 hours, 4.5 hours.
Straight snitching.
Straight stitching, first and last name. Like 4.5, that's a lot of stitching.
Shit. Yeah, he was on the summer because.
For free. Oh man. I was like, oh god, the shit I feel like saying, but I gotta say it offline.
Yeah. Right.
Because, you know,
They might be
everybody got you know, other alignments other than, you know, Terrence Roberts. So that's the shit I gotta say offline. But oh my god, 4.5 hours.
Not dry snitching.
Not dry snitching. Straight snitching. First and last snitching.
Yeah, it's my computer, Mac 285. Shit's fucked up.
I was like, damn. For free. For free. Not even like, you know, for free.
And then I was like, I'll go on Blacc again. Like, you stupid.
For free. Like I said, for free. Not to get out of jail. Just for free. Just for the fuck of it. I really regret not getting in on that challenge too. I had a tight ass motherfucking
Yeah, that wrong
rap.
idea.
I had a tight ass rap. And I just couldn't make the song and the shit go together because I didn't know how to do it. Tight. I wrote it in like 4 minutes. No adjustments. Oh my god. I really regret not getting in on that challenge. I was just shy. I was shy.
Next time we go challenge, we'll get on that.
Really, I wrote it in 4 minutes.
Yeah, it sounds bad, Mac 285. It really does. It's just the fan. Like there's a crack right where the fan is.
We're trying to get it adjusted, man. But you know.
Yeah, that's That's the thing, because it's
And we're
trying
at
to
the
cool the
Blacc house
computer
today.
off.
The
Trying
dog
to
is in the
cool it
Blacc
down.
house. We're not at the dog house where the internet's good.
He said when he goes on Rod's channel, I change it, right?
Yeah.
But
There you go.
He said we cool, but I know where my loyalty is. That's right, cuz.
That's right, cuz. That's right. And anybody who sits for that long to listen to slop snitch with double heads, double fingers, first and last name, is a real off-brand. I just gotta say that.
Right.
I don't give a fuck. You can tell me about it if you see me. And I'm telling you, he's off-brand.
He's not gonna do that.
I know. You just won't. But I'm like, come on, cuz. That's a real off-brand
It's the
material.
same one I said was gonna put a restraining order on me. And called the police and got a whole forum shut
He was
down.
hiding behind bitches in the hood. You scary ass motherfucker. Man, I should have did it. I was just shy, y'all. I was just shy. I didn't know I had it in me.
But everybody else is snitching.
Yeah, I was shy about my little freestyle, my little rap.
Everybody else is working with the police.
Oh yeah, not you know that motherfucker Bailey. He got it down pat.
Right.
He you know you got worried about him being an informant. He's just a straight snitch.
Right.
Straight snitching, not dry snitching, not beat around the bush snitching. Straight snitching. First and last names. And
Use
snitching.
both hands.
Pocket watching, snitching, straight snitching.
He point you out with both hands.
Yeah, I was like, the audacity. That's some light-skinned behavior right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I said. I said, this motherfucker acting real light-skinned right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wannabe not motherfucker ain't quoting. I was like, ooh, because I should, oh, God. I was like, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. Because it would go really crazy. I was like, man, don't let another challenge come up. Another rap challenge.
Right, exactly. Because he said you can't fuck with the police. You can't fuck with the police next Friday, right?
Right. And if you're snitching like that for 4.5 hours, you're definitely snitching.
Mm-hmm.
Not even pretend snitching. Snitching. Not dry snitching, which we know the difference.
Right.
Not beat around the bush and hint at some shit, but straight outright fucking snitching.
First and last name.
First, last name, pocket watching, know all the details. You know what I mean? Talking shit. Talking major shit. I was like, God damn. I didn't even listen to the whole 4 hours. I listened to 35 minutes. I said, I can't.
I did. I want to see if he was going to mention my name.
Yeah, he did. And he didn't. I was like, damn. Unscathed.
He kept talking about, I ran for mayor. Y'all niggas didn't support me and all that
What?
shit.
That motherfucker got the extra money.
Mm-hmm.
He got the extra money.
Yeah, he got that fair election money.
Right. Oh God, man, I don't even want to get into that.
We do a whole show on that, but
we did a whole year of that.
We sure did.
And it told him that that motherfucking dumbass motherfucker is stealing my shit
right
on camera. Right on camera, stealing my fucking intellectual property. I proved it. I showed it. I called it out. But I straight called it out when it was happening.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I was like, this motherfucker on a whole campaign. 4.5 hours, cuz 4.5 hours. I was like, you should be ashamed. You lucky both your parents ain't around.
Right.
Somebody should have said something. Nobody. And because they sat there like that's a real off-brand shit.
Mm-hmm.
Save your boy.
Right, like, hey, you don't went too far.
Yeah.
You don't say too much.
That's too much. Something. Nope. That real light-skinned behavior right there.
That is supposed to be Talk Your Shit, so.
Uh-huh.
That's the name of that show for that day.
I'm going to say that
Talk Your Shit Tuesday.
Real ones should never go on that program.
Right. So going on Jeff Farts. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
All right, we're moving along, y'all.
I had to think about you, though, J-Billy. Because we should do a whole tutorial about what snitching is.
Right.
Me and you. I've been saying that for a year. Oh man, just think about it, ponder it. I mean it.
But what I realized from the Penny verdict, fuck
Oh my
Daniel
God, fuck
Penny
Daniel Penny.
and fuck Dump for taking a photo out with him.
Fuck all of that. It's not just because Trump got in does not mean it's free reign on us. Motherfuckers got it mad twisted.
So our brother Mad Blacc TV, the most what is it? The most toxic black man on the internet.
Black man and most toxic man. Oh my God.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Blacc, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. And I am Black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary.
Oh yeah.
So before I get to the meat of this commentary, let me tell you about some personal things. Okay. And just to give you kind of like a background on myself and my own experiences in situations like this. Okay, so I've lived in a lot of different places. I've lived and worked in a lot of different places all over this country. I've taken public transportation in most of them. Okay.
God, I gotta go check that out.
So I've taken public transportation in New Jersey, in Philly. When I went out west to work, I've taken public transportation in LA. I've taken the BART system in San Francisco. I've taken public transportation in San Diego when I went to a conference. When I lived in Atlanta, I took that public transportation, the MARTA. I took it everywhere. I've been to every station on the MARTA. I've been up, down, east, west on MARTA to literally to the ends of the line. And I've probably taken the MARTA buses damn near all over Atlanta. Okay. When I lived in South Florida, I took the Broward County Transit in Fort Lauderdale. And I've transferred over to the Miami Transit when I lived on South Beach. So safe to say, I've been on public transportation in a lot of different places. And, you know, when you ride public transportation, you see a lot of different things out there. You see and meet a lot of different people, and you interact with lots of different people. Okay. Even when I was a child, I've seen people who were homeless or mentally disturbed, or people who were just violent, or people who are just rude and ignorant, just all over. Like I said, I've lived and traveled in a lot of different states, and I've seen a lot of how people act on public transportation. Okay. And in all of my travels and in all of my public transportation taking, at no point did I ever think to myself that I had the right to choke someone to death. And, you know, when I seen this latest incident and the verdict after it's brought up a lot of thoughts and
both
and memories
on the BART. I seen people from all walks of life, different colors, creeds, races, very diverse. Like it did remind me a lot of the New York City subway.
I like taking the bus to California. I liked it. It's been a long time since I've been home though.
Bay Area Rapid Transit, yeah.
I took it to Gilroy.
Oh yeah.
From I want to say San Jose. I want to say that, but that's not the right place.
San Mateo.
Yeah.
Or Palo Alto.
To the city.
Yeah.
Gilroy. I gotta look at a map, man. Don't quote me on it. I took it one time because they said the shelter was there, and the shelter opens at 3:30, but you gotta wait all motherfucking day to get in, and they might not let you in. So I took it one time and then took it back. and they kind of frown upon homelessness in Gilroy
Mm-hmm.
in their little area. So I was evading the lows.
Of myself taking public transportation. And what I'm talking about is Daniel Penny, a white male who basically was found not guilty of choking a black male named Jordan Neely to death on the New York subway.
Uncle Harry's back.
Right? And once again, like I said, I've been all over. I've seen crazy homeless people. Like when I used to take the MARTA, there was always someone coming on the MARTA asking for money. Or I've seen people, singing and asking for money. I've seen people fight on public transportation, like two people getting into fights. I've seen people bring their pets on the public transportation, even though they're not supposed to. I've seen people bring dangerous animals on public transportation. I've seen people bring weapons on the public transportation.
That's a daily occurrence.
I've seen people with unruly children on public transportation. I've seen unruly teenagers on public transportation. In fact, I remember one time when I was taking MARTA, this is when I first moved to Atlanta, and I was going to the east side. I saw these two young males. They jumped another male on the MARTA. They knew him from somewhere, and when they saw him, it was basically on site. So I've seen a lot on taking the different public transportation. That, like I said, at no point did I ever think I had the right to choke someone unconscious or choke someone to death. Or let me rephrase it, because I guess I can't say that on social media. I never thought I had the right to restrain someone until they died, because that's what Daniel Penny basically said that he did to Jordan Neely. He was just trying to restrain him, right? And he even went as far to say that, when Jordan Neely was trying to escape from the chokehold, Daniel Penny applied enough force to keep him there. So he was just going along and exerting the amount of force that Jordan Neely was putting out. Daniel Penny just, he was restraining him a little bit harder, right? So ever since this incident happened, it's been extremely polarizing, obviously, in the New York area. But you've had a lot of people out there basically making excuses for Daniel Penny, and even now that he's been found not guilty, they've been very happy, and we've seen a lot of them on social media celebrating that Daniel Penny. They say he's a patriot. I guess he's supposed to be former military, so they've said he's a patriot and he is a good guy, and people are demonizing him. And they've gone into Jordan Neely saying he was crazy and he was threatening to kill people. He's got a criminal record, all that good stuff, right? That's an old tactic and a basic thing to say for any black person who's murdered. They always look into that person's criminal record, or if someone's ever committed any type of crime before, whether it was violent or not, they'll make it seem like it's okay to execute them in this current situation. They did the same thing with George Floyd because he was a drug addict. So I guess it was okay for that cop to kneel on his neck and kill him. Trayvon Martin put up his middle finger on social media, so that meant it was okay for George Zimmerman to shoot him to death. So it's like, when these things happen, they always try to dig up as much dirt as possible on the person who's the victim. Now, from what I understand, Jordan Neely they said he was threatening people and just, acting crazy, as people are wont to do on public transportation. But I didn't know you were allowed to put hands on those people and take their life if you felt you or someone else was in danger. Once again, giving you my experience, I'm in my mid-40s now. I've taken public transportation damn near everywhere. At no point did I ever think it was okay for me to take someone's life if I thought my life was threatened. And I felt that way. There's been times I've been on public transportation and people have been acting crazy or yelling at somebody or yelling at themselves, talking to themselves. There's this one guy who was mentally handicapped on the train. When I was taking the bus in South Florida, I would go to some crazy areas, and there'd be guys on the damn bus who look like serial killers. You know what I'm saying? And I might have thought, based on some of the things these people said, that they might be dangerous, but it was not my choice to be the Punisher or to pretend like I'm Charles Bronson to be judge, jury, and executioner for that person, right? So it's very interesting how in this country people love to make excuses for these types of killings, right? They'll make it seem as if it's all justified. Now, in no universe do I ever believe that if me, Mad Blacc, was being yelled at by some crazy person on the bus or the train or whatever, that I would have the right to put them in a stranglehold. And I'm a big, strong guy. I do know how to apply moves like that because I've taken martial arts and I used to wrestle. So yeah, I know how to apply a good chokehold or arm hold or arm bar or whatever, and I could do some damage, right? But I've never been in that situation where I thought that would be okay, because I know that as big and strong as I am, just exerting any force on anybody, I could take their life very easily, right? So I know I've always had to show some restraint and not use my strength unless it was absolutely necessary. But I know if I did that and I killed somebody, my ass would be locked up right now. You would not hear me doing videos about things like this. But, as a white man, it seems to be the okay thing to do. Now here's the thing. Here's something that I want Black people to be aware of, and Black men especially. You have to understand that the reason that is getting such a big response from a lot of these bigots out there is because this is what they like to do. And what I mean by that is it's a fantasy for a lot of white males out there to get into a one-on-one violent scenario with a Black male and fight them, beat them up, or kill them, especially if they take the life with their bare hands. It's one thing to shoot a Black male and kill them, but if you can take on a Black male in unarmed combat and kill them with your bare hands, they really get off on that. Okay, that's something that's very deep in the psyche of American culture, especially American culture, when between whites dealing with Black people. It goes all the way back to colonial times and the plantation and everything. All right, that's a really big deal for them. And that you see it pop up over and over again over the years, where you'll have a white male who chokes or strangles a Black man to death. All right, even going back as far as, like I said, the plantation, the lynchings of Black males, situations like with Eric Gardner, where he was strangled to death on the street, or George Floyd, where someone kneeled on his neck and basically crushed his windpipe so he couldn't breathe, right? They had him in a very terrible position. But there's been several things like that where you have a Black man being choked to death by a white male, or I've seen videos and fights where white males go for that chokehold on the Black male. And Black males need to be very careful in that type of situation, because it doesn't really take that long for you to be choked unconscious, especially if someone has you in like a rear naked choke, because they can exert all their force onto your throat or on your windpipe and cut off oxygen to your brain. You see this on display in that film, what's it called? Get Out. Like, if anyone remembers that movie, Get Out. In fact, the character Daniel Penny, he looks like that the brother from that movie, doesn't he? Daniel Penny looks like the white boy who was the brother of the main female character in that movie. And every time he got into a confrontation with the main character, Chris, he wanted to put him in a chokehold, right? And that was like his move du jour. And at the beginning of the movie, he put Lakeith Stanfield's character in a chokehold and choked him out. And kidnapped him. And later on in the movie, he wanted to put Chris in the chokehold and choke him unconscious, right? But Chris managed to escape. So this is a thing with them, right? And even like you heard his character talking about, you know, do you think you could, you know, fight me or whatever and stuff when he was talking to him at the dinner table. So this is a thing with them, like to get into like an unarmed confrontation with a black man. I've even had white boys when I was younger and a teenager, like when I'd be on the wrestling team, like they would say little things that let me know that that's where their head was at. And I guess if they felt they ever got the best of me, that's something that they remembered because they see me as like this big, strong adversary. For them, it's like almost like a rites of passage if they can beat a black man, right? And so that's part of their psyche and their mentality. So this is why I always tell black men they need to be on guard when they're around some white guy sometimes, because that type of stuff can happen. They can even be acting like they're playing around and want to put you in a chokehold, and then they won't let go, and your ass is grass. So don't let them even play around like that. Black men, I always recommend that you probably learn some techniques to get yourself out of a chokehold. If someone ever puts you in it, you know, try to block it. The best defense against this is not to get in that way, get put in the chokehold in the first place. But, you know, also you might want to start in the choke position and figure out some escapes to get out of that. All right. There's plenty of martial arts techniques that are very simple that you can learn to get out of being choked to death. Okay. So, I mean, that's really all I wanted to talk about today as far as the subject goes. I'm not surprised by the verdict. I'm not mad, and I'm not someone who's going to come out here and encourage black people to get out there and riot. Don't do anything like that. The only thing I'm going to say about this situation is it sets a very deadly precedent in that regard, right? Because the fact that you can find someone who is mentally handicapped or someone who is maybe even high on drugs or something like that, and if they're acting out on public transportation, apparently you have the right to restrain them, quote unquote, right? You have the right, whether you're a cop, a citizen, or whatever, you have the right to restrain them. And I'm putting that word restrain in quotes because that's what Daniel Penny said he was doing, right? He's just restraining Jordan Neely. So apparently you have the right to do that based on what the New York law office says and the jury that decided that Daniel Penny could go free. So that means if I'm on any public transportation and there's someone out there who, I don't know, maybe they're high on their opioids or on their methamphetamines and they're acting crazy on the train or on the bus, that I have the right to restrain them, or if there's an able-bodied black man there, they have the right to restrain that person, right? If there's no, if no one has any Narcan handy to help these people, or any type of other opioids or morphine or something to help these people if they're acting crazy, we have the right to restrain them. Or if there's a situation where you're just out and about and one of these MAGA maniacs gets into your face and is threatening you because he's all hyped up that Donald Trump won, so he feels he has the right to do whatever he wants to you, you have the right to restrain him, I guess. That because that's what the law says, because they've set that precedent by letting Daniel Penny go. So if someone gets loud or gets in your face, or you feel threatened, or you feel that someone else is being threatened, you have the right to restrain these people.
That's what
So,
I'm saying.
I mean, you guys can let me know how you feel about it in the comments section. I would love to hear your opinions on this story. It's very interesting. Like I said, I've seen a lot of, white bigots and, some of their zip coon dandies celebrating this verdict, but that's also not a surprise. But I would advise that black people not protest or riot But think about the precedent that this case sends and the message that they're trying to send to you about who has the right to defend themselves and who has the right to restrain those if they feel like they're being threatened, right? So just think about those things as time goes on. Anyway, Mad Black, and I will be back with my foot on a devil's back.
All right, Ray, Shay, what's your thoughts on this?
I mean, he's great. This is the thing, though. Like, this is the thing. Even if we wanted to act out like that, if we saw some crazy shit like that happening, and we felt like, oh, you know, all of a sudden I want to save the people from an everyday occurrence, right? Somebody's always acting a fool or whatever. Doesn't matter what's going on in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to save a motherfucker, and I got up and just, you know, decided to be, you know, the fucking, you know, savior, right? You gotta remember, we're black.
Mm-hmm.
So all this shit only qualifies for I'm white and I say so. The white people are getting away with this
Mm-hmm.
shit. They're getting off with it. Doesn't matter how much videotape and whatever. Daniel Payne was convinced that he had, when he went in, that people could vouch for him and blah 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 blah. Right before he even got into the detective fucking thing.
Well, initially, they wasn't even going to charge him with nothing.
Right, but when he went to go and tell his little side of the side,
Yeah.
he was convinced that motherfuckers saw what happened and they could vouch for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? When I was like questioning, I mean, this is a motherfucking everyday occurrence in New York.
Mm-hmm.
90% of the time, all these people rode this train, so they know exactly who that guy is
Mm-hmm.
that's getting choked to the ground.
Right.
And my question is, what happened with the two individuals that were
The two tethers.
put their hands on him as well? You know what I mean?
I don't think they face any criminal charges.
Because they were complicit as well.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody who just sat there and like, for real, like, none of you could have reached in your pocket and found a couple of dollars or gave them some of your lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Or fucking, you know, just be like, it's gonna be all right, man. You know, it's hard. You know, just try to calm down. Nothing. I mean, like, they just want to go ahead and be complicit because it's New York.
Mm-hmm.
It's motherfucking New York and the subway. I mean, look, we've seen many movies just off that where somebody on the subways doing the most.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some shit's going on in the trains. But this is everyday occurrence in New York.
Yeah,
right? So there's always all kinds of shit happening. So today is the day everybody wants to be in fear, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even if you was violent, motherfuckers have hard times.
Mm-hmm.
But as a human being, you couldn't say, hey, all I got is $2, bro. Or, hey, I got to have a sandwich. Might not be whatever, but it'll at least get you to your next stop.
Right.
I got to have a drink of soda. Hey, man, you can have this little tea I got. Whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, it's all I got. You know, but instead, this motherfucker got to do a cowardly act and go up behind this motherfucker.
Yeah,
right?
Jordan Nelly didn't even see it coming.
And then continuously apply pressure and, you know, dude try, you know, you seen it. This is out of the whole shit. I mean, I showed it on the RVA recently. And I'm saying, though, I'm like, I find it hard to believe that in your everyday occurrences, I mean, shit's happened on the subway. Look, like 2 years back with the brother, right? They got on the train, right?
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, shit like this happens. That you know this man is a fucking performer.
Yeah,
outside,
Michael Jackson, personally.
He rides the train. He's local to the area. And everybody want to act like they don't know who he is or who he was. You know what I mean? And you couldn't, nobody could reach in their pocket. Or no one could give him short of their lunch. No one can say, hey, it's going to be all right. It's going to be okay. We, you know, 1 or 2 more stops, dude. It's going to be all right. Today's going to be better. Nothing. And then this motherfucker gets to ride off in the sunset like he a fucking hero. And everybody's saying he is. Nowhere like when does the killer a fucking hero? Right?
Right.
But then, you know, it's the season of white vigilantes. Whether they be whatever or whatever. You know what I mean? They're getting all this slap on the wrist, leniency, whatever. Right? We can't do it.
Nope.
Because we're already angry and aggressive. They're labeled as that for decades, generations. So we can't go and try to be the savior and save a motherfucker. Every time we try to save something happen, what happens? You try to call for help, you try to say something, you end up going to jail, or you end up getting hurt.
Yeah, like, oh boy, that saved the Capitol. They didn't consider him a hero. How about oh boy that stopped a mass shooting at the Waffle House?
Or let's talk about like just in general, you can't be no fucking hero for the day because it's on white and they say so, and they already deemed you a fucking fraud. Regardless, black men and black women have been deemed menaces, aggressive, angry, violent. I mean, we could just name all the fucking ugly terms they put to the most peaceful people. You know what I mean? And for a motherfucker that has avidly choked out a motherfucker, you know, I'll say this: we don't do it just to do it.
Right.
It's got to be like in life threatening. I felt like my life for real was in danger, and I could have got killed, and I just couldn't. You know, whatever. My instincts kicked in. That right there was an act of he killed that man.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't have to. He could have let him up like several times. He could have let him up. He killed him.
He didn't have to approach him at all.
He didn't have to touch him. He could have reached down in his little rich white pockets and gave him some money. You know what I mean? He could have said, "Hey, I'll buy you something to eat if you get off on the next stop."
Right.
Something. He act like black people can't be reasoned with, and that's fucked up. And the fact that the people sided with him without even looking at those kind of fucking thought processes is even worse. It just shows that America hates black people. We're always going to be the fucking enemy. We're always guilty. It doesn't matter. They think that's what they think. And why even try? So next time one of them motherfuckers is in danger, just, shoulder shrug and look out the window.
Right. Exactly.
Like shoulder shrug and do what I do. I look out the window. Fuck them. Because I don't want to save nobody or try to help them when they're going to turn around and call me angry and aggressive when that's the terms they've been using my whole motherfucking life.
Yeah.
You dig? And look at how they're treating old boy right now in jail. Motherfucking inmates talking about free him. Free this dude.
Yeah.
You did? Free him.
Not
free themselves, but free that dude.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? What kind of fucking world are we living in? It's like this
Bizarro
new wave
world.
Matrix is stupid.
This shit is weird.
It's weird, very weird. So we just keep minding our own fucking business and stay out of shit.
Keep minding our own black business.
I suggest the buddy system. Take your black friend with you, man.
Right.
So motherfucker either record it or stop it. Just in case. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter what you're saying. It doesn't matter. We're in fucking danger.
And we're at war.
And
like
just because they think Trump got into office, these motherfuckers are taking it above and beyond the call of duty. And they think that nobody's gonna act out. And that's really gonna be wrong one day. And then what we're gonna do when one of us acts out in defense, how are we gonna stand with them? You see what I'm saying? When we're like, fuck.
Remember, like
they don't free us. They don't free our land. They don't free us.
Brother was attacked by one of these white supremacists, and he killed him and got off because it was self-defense. It was really self-defense. This was clearly not self-defense.
We saw one win this summer with
Daniel
the black
Penny.
dude and the two white dudes.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? But God, man, we fought for that.
Yeah, we did.
One win in fucking how many years? Come on now, man. This shit is ridiculous. We're like in a weird ass time phase right now. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden we're in a weird time zone of the Matrix. Like, and I don't like it. Nobody likes it. But we need to be more cautious and take a friend, man. Buddy system. It's not weak to travel with a friend or two and letting the motherfucker know where you're going, because any day now anything could happen to us. And they're not gonna believe it, and the camera seems to change up the fucking scenario. Anybody could tell a motherfucking story. You know what I mean? And they could just rock with it. How did they take all that videotape and this motherfucker walked away? And then they pick and choosing what charge to apply and what not to charge.
And initially they wasn't gonna charge him with nothing.
And they weren't. And how the fuck do citizens just side with white supremacy and fund them to have attorneys and shit? But God forbid,
they get on
we
code.
need some help. We can't even get nobody to the NAACP, a motherfucking ambulance chaser, gonna want some money or something. Man, fuck all that. This shit ain't right.
Right.
So we just need to mind our own business and
Yeah,
take
keep
a
minding your
friend.
own black business. Like
Practice your grappling skill sets and stay away from them.
Right. So the last topic, because I gotta end this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is
Absolutely.
Biden's old crackhead son. Oh my
Don't
God.
talk about him like that.
I'm in love with the coke.
I'm in love with the coco. I'm in love with the coco. I got it for the Lolo. I'm in love with the coco. I'm in love with the coco. I'm in love with the coco. I got it for the Lolo. Turn up. I'm in love with the coco. Baking soda, I got baking soda. Baking soda, I got baking soda. Whip it through the glass, nigga. I'm blowing money fast, nigga. I'm in love.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother, Mad Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. And I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. So, I had to talk about it because it is something that I've talked about on this channel for some time now. And we are going to be talking about the president, Joe Biden, as he's on his way out. He has decided that he is going to give a full pardon to his son, Hunter Biden,
One of our
aka the derelict dope fiend from Delaware. And when I saw this, I had to chuckle a little bit. And I'm not surprised by it. I'm definitely not mad at it. And what I mean by I'm not mad is just that it doesn't make me angry. This is what I expect from white folks. So for me to see that a white man use his power to make sure that his people are not punished or don't face any consequences for their actions, that's not a surprise. That's as old and as American pie. Okay, American is built off of this type of behavior. So anyone being surprised by it or shocked by it, I guess I got a bridge that I want to sell you as well, because obviously you're not with it enough or you don't have enough common sense to know that this is what America is all about. So let's talk about this a little bit. Now, we all know that Hunter Biden was a serious crackhead, and just like any other crackhead, you really can't trust them to have any type of good common sense. But being in the position of, the fact that he's the son of the sitting president, and also, it wasn't just when Biden was president, but when Joe Biden was vice president and also a longtime sitting senator from Delaware, Hunter Biden just kind of had a lot of protection and a lot of power of his own to do what he wants, right? So when Hunter Biden was smoked out, he decided to go get himself a gun. And, he was out there with the hose and, hanging out, buying some good old Ready Rock, some of that good old Delaware Ready Rock. I heard some people making jokes about this the other day, and I have to agree with them. Hunter Biden has helped out the hood more than Joe Biden has. You know what I'm saying? Because Joe Biden, he made that crime bill to lock up black folks in the hood, but Hunter Biden, he's been putting money into the hood. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure a lot of people have, funded cars and houses and mixtapes and everything else off of the money that Hunter Biden was down there spending in the hood, getting that Ready Rock. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, in doing so, Hunter got himself caught up in some federal charges, and not only was he in trouble for that, but he was in trouble for lying on his taxes because he was getting paid by some of these foreign countries and working at these foreign corporations, right? And selling secrets and everything else, and getting paybacks and getting money from them off the books,
$1 million.
not just for him, but for his father as well. And, you know, he had done all this stuff and got himself into trouble and was basically on his way to at least some sort of jail time. Now, in my opinion, I don't think he was probably going to do any time, even though he pled guilty. We were waiting for the sentencing. But, you know, Joe Biden didn't want to wait, you know, and some people have surmised the fact that, you know, they had Thanksgiving together this year. People have surmised that during the family dinner, or maybe after the family dinner, maybe Joe and Hunter went in the back room somewhere and lit up the pipe together and had a little talk, saying basically like, you know, Hunter was like, "Dad, you know, you gotta get me out of this. You know, I don't want to do any time, even if it's just for a few days. You know how bad it's going to get if I go to jail. You know, I'm a crackhead, Dad. If I go to jail, I'm going to be in there having to bend over for the booty warrior to get my fix. You know what I'm saying? I won't be able to be out here on the streets and be able to get crack mailed to me or sent to me through FedEx like I normally do. I'm actually going to have to, you know, bend over or get down on my knees and suck off one of these black dudes for some crack. So, Dad, you got to get me out of this, right?" So Joe thought about it and was like, "You know, son, I don't want you to have to do that now. You know, you know how much I don't really like these black people, so I don't want you to have to suck any BBC or bend over for any BBC to get your fix. So I'm going to go ahead and give you that pardon, right?" So before they had their pumpkin pie, after the turkey and before the pumpkin pie, Joe decided that he was going to give his son Hunter that pardon. So he got his son out, and here's the interesting part of the pardon that I found here is that it states clearly that Hunter Biden will be given clemency for offenses against the United States which he has committed or may have committed or taken part in during the period of January 1st, 2014 through December 1st, 2024.
Based out.
That seems very specific, doesn't it? That seems very like they know he's involved in more than just the gun charge and the smoking of the crack. They know he's probably done some other things there, and these dates are very specific to cover that.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Like Hunter probably told his father, you know, I did take a kickback from that Ukrainian company, and it was during this date. So maybe you want to make sure that this pardon covers that date. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, what's funny is even though Hunter Biden is a crackhead and Joe Biden is basically in the realm of dementia, they both have enough sense to cover their crimes. You see, they got enough sense there that, you know, the crack hasn't messed up their brains that much to where it's messed up to when they got to cover themselves and cover their dates for committing crimes. You see, so they made sure they covered up on that one. And Hunter has been pardoned for anything he has done or might have done. So, you know, I found that very interesting, the wording of this pardon. But once again, not a surprise whatsoever. All right. And the fact that both Joe Biden and his administration and all these Democrats and all their Democratic shills were lying to the American public over and over and over again, saying, you know, Joe Biden would never do this. Even Joe Biden himself saying, like, I would never pardon my son. I'm going to follow the law. And whatever the law says, we're going to go with that. And they've been kind of using that as like their little moral shield against people that support Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is a convicted felon, right? And the Democrats were trying to take the moral high ground by saying that, you know, Joe Biden is not even going to save his son, but he just flipped around and has done that. So, you know, and I've seen people arguing back and forth and trying to make excuses for the pardon. I've seen people
Definitely.
Trying to say, well, at least he hasn't committed the same crimes as Trump. But the truth of the matter is, what you see here and what we have is both are wealthy white males, both Donald Trump and Hunter Biden, and both have been through this legal system, this white supremacist legal system, and both have finagled that system to the point where neither one of them has to pay any type of restitution, nor take responsibility or face any type of consequences for their actions. You see that? So the whole political struggle between right and left, that's a shell game. You see, that's a smoke screen that they play for you. That's for you to argue about. For them, it's I'm a wealthy white male and I don't have to take any type of personal responsibility for my actions. You see that? Do you understand that? That's what I want to make clear about this video. All jokes aside about crack smoking and the Biden family and whatnot, it's all about how you have these two white males who are not being punished for their crimes. And the thing is, I mentioned that I had a white supremacist come to my channel very recently and start quoting those old 94 crime stats, those crime stats from back in the day, from like the late 80s, early 90s, from the FBI, where they talk about how black people are overrepresented in prison, even though we're such a small population. But here you have two white males who have committed crimes and who have pled guilty, or the crime is not in doubt, but they are being set free, so they won't become part of the quote unquote crime stats, you see, because they've been able to use their money and their connections within the system to not be punished for it. So they don't get added to the crime stats. And that's the thing about this society, is black people don't have that type of power. They don't have that type of representation. They don't have those type of connections. So when they get accused of a crime, whether they committed it or not, they go to prison. You see, but you got wealthy scumbags like Donald Trump and Hunter Biden who are able to sidestep things like that. So that's the basic point that I want you all to get here. And what's even funnier, when it comes to Hunter Biden, like I've noticed people like making excuses for him, saying, well, he may have committed this crime, but he had a drug problem back then. So that's why they're saying that they're giving him that excuse for not paying his taxes. He had a drug problem. So now all of a sudden, being a crackhead and being a drug addict and driving your sports car down the street and sleeping with hookers and whatnot and smoking crack while you're speeding down the street, that's all okay, because you had a drug problem. So you're not responsible, even though he was well into adulthood, a grown ass man acting a damn fool out here, right? Not only that, not only was he smoking crack, he got his sister-in-law hooked on crack. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, his brother that died of cancer, he started having sex and started banging his sister-in-law after his brother died, and got her hooked on crack. You see what I'm saying? So he's a bad influence. So, but people are making excuses for him because, like I said, once again, he's a white man. So if he has a drug problem, it's okay. And, it doesn't matter how many drugs he does or what bad things he does when he's on drugs. We're always going to make excuses for him. And once again, he gets to sidestep any type of personal responsibility for his crimes or anything that he did wrong during that time. And don't think you won't ever see Hunter Biden again. Hunter Biden might be the next president of the United States, folks. Don't think it can't happen. Oh God! Do not think it can't happen. All right. The only thing for people who think it can't happen, I only have 3 words for you: George Bush Jr. All right. Some of you might not be old enough to know this, but George Bush Jr. was just like Hunter Biden. His drug of choice was cocaine, though. You see, the Bush family had a little bit more money and had a little bit more prestige at the time. George Bush Jr. liked that cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
He liked the fast cars. He liked hanging out with the ladies.
Mm-hmm.
You see? And they remade him into this political juggernaut where he got all the support from his father's people, those old school Republicans. They're the ones that helped George Bush Jr. get first into politics, and then he became governor, and then he became president. Right? They remade his entire image. You see? So don't think it can't happen. Don't think Hunter Biden, with all his crack spoken, 10 years down the line, he doesn't turn up as someone who's running for Congress or running for the presidency of the United States. And idiots will support him and act like they just completely forgot about all this other stuff. You know, I'll be 10 years older and people will act like they just forgot that Hunter Biden was a dope fiend and was banging his sister-in-law and whatnot and speeding down the road with a crack pipe and messing with hookers and whatnot and getting caught up in federal gun charges, you see? So you folks can let me know what you think about this in the comments section. I would love to hear your opinions on this, and whatever types of crack or Ready Rock jokes you got, go ahead and put them in the comments section. I'd love to hear them. Anyway, Mad Black, and I will be back with my foot on the devil's back.
I think Chris Crazy House, otherwise known as Mad Black TV.
One of my favorites.
All right, Lady Chay, on our way out, what are your thoughts on this?
I pray you don't ever want to do that, because you should just see how hated, the father's situation has been. You know, that's a lot of time. 50 years in office is a long time to definitely be turned off.
Right.
I don't know why. I mean, he just looked like it. Like
he's in love with the
boy, man. You ain't gonna stop shit. I bet you're not one of them motherfucking machines in Delaware.
He got baking soda.
I don't ever see one of the machines here. So, you know, I thought it was just fake. I mean, I want to see a real vending machine that you go, you know, do all that he was a poster child for. I mean, look, he suffered a lot too.
Everybody get a crack pipe. Free crack pipes for everyone.
Machines, you know what I mean? And fucking hookers. I was surprised that
we got plenty of
Chris
umbrella
Crazy
for you
stuff.
too.
I was surprised that he didn't throw up the picture with him with the meth pipe in the bathtub.
Oh my god,
that would have been a rip. Either way, you know, he's not gonna stop doing drugs or having a gun. I mean, clearly, the one time a motherfucker lies on an application, right? He gets in trouble. He's the one that gets in trouble, right? Like nobody lies on these gun applications and shit. Like, you know, none of these mass shooters or anything. You know,
none of them. Just Hunter.
Just Hunter, man. Hunter, and you have to like, damn, man, Hunter was getting picked on. But I mean, yeah, you know, he got what he got it, and that's that. You know, I want to see Dr. Jr. like that. Dr. Jr. definitely is a base. I mean, he just looks like a base. He looked like it. He's trying to hide it and lie about it. And you know, he looks like he parties with hookers and trains around the world. He looks like he's just, you know, free with the cocaine and, you know what I mean? Whatever else. I just think that he's not gonna run. If he does run, somebody should talk him out of it. For real. And I think that you know, you know, fuck Biden.
Right.
I'll fuck Biden. I'm not
Biden.
gonna get over that bullshit. Fuck Biden. And yeah, he's talking to somebody out here. I'm not gonna get over a lot of shit. So fuck Biden. And I think that oh boy, son, he didn't want none of that smoke. He had enough. He had enough. You don't really think you want to run for office and just about that shit against him. Who wants to go against that? And he kept Pippin out of that. You know what I mean? So I don't think he want to embarrass himself further. He's just trying to stay in his little, you know, in his parents' house doing drugs and money with him. Yeah. What is it? Consent forms and FDA. He's getting them on lock.
Thank you for tapping in, staying up late with us. Everybody apparently has passed out. So we appreciate that. Yes. Yes. So, this is going to conclude season 4. This is going to complete season 4, episode 38, part 2, or Trey 8, part deuce of the Frontline Black News. We'll be back tomorrow or later on today with part 3 or part Trey. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, or now X.com. And join us this Tuesday for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Yeah.
And we will see y'all tomorrow or later on today at the City Council. We got the tobacco flavor ban hearing. So we'll be giving y'all an update on that. Hopefully these bastards don't pass that shit, but we will see.
You know they're gonna do it because I told them I love smoking.
Oh my God. All right, so peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment. Chan Krumah and Lady Che signing off from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant for the city. Come on, mass deportations.
Stay black and dangerous, and away from them. Away from them.
Peace.
You know who them are.